I do feel like we have to get that off our chest once in a while right before we go on air. I think it's
Whew.
good for the soul. I really do,
I
Dave.
don't see how it can hurt. I really don't.
Right. It may not help, but how
But it can't hurt.
can't hurt? I'm with you.
There's
I
no
will say,
way.
and before the show, if you have the angle and it is visible, it is a gorgeous full moon. It is the strawberry moon, apparently, and it is quite nice.
Huh. Okay. Is that a thumbs up, Paul? I don't. What is that? No, that's not a thumbs up. What is that? Ah. If so, we make it our poll question. If so, we do it second segment and we make it our poll question.
Yes. I need 3 more 38 segments to finish this best of, David. I have all the top of the hour segments. I have all the middle segments. I only have 1 38 segment. That was with Herm.
Okay.
All of our 38 guests have been timely, if you will. You know what I mean? They're not like the Herm one we can re-air
right
easily.
When was Amanda?
We did that last time. Amanda. Oh, where Amanda was 8 o'clock on the 9th.
Gotcha. Well, Ambient, that's very nice. My lovely friends.
My lovely friend.
That's very nice of you to say that about the folks in the Twitch chat room. At least I think that's who you're talking to. And how the heck are you? And by the way, if you're wondering why it says Miller and Moulton, because the N key on my laptop does not work.
What are you talking about?
Like when you signed on, like look at the top.
Are you kidding me?
My N key, my B.
Gotta fix all these.
My B N key doesn't work. That key.
All right. What I would suggest to you is you can you can email yourself from your phone with the proper thing and then cut and paste it.
Yeah, I can't do that, but okay. I'm being honest. You know you're working with a technological moron. You just don't realize how moronic he is. And I'm here to tell you, he's pretty high on the scale. My daughter and you are going to get me to retirement.
It's a laptop, Gavin Ball. That's why I can't.
Yeah, it's my laptop.
No.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday. The sports world just keeps on delivering. We got over the hump yesterday. Hope your week's going well. Let's finish strong. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. Don't you like it when nothing that's supposed to happen in the sports world keeps happening?
You know, David, we've been doing this, 19 years, 18 years, something like that?
Well, it will be 19 years next month that
Right.
we first started doing it. We've been interrupted rudely, by the way, rudely interrupted twice. That has lasted almost a year and a half. So, it's 19 years from our first show next month, but, we're really at like 17 and a half years on the air.
And when we started, I remember you and I talking in the summer, how are we going to get through the summer? People don't want to talk baseball anymore. How are we ever going to get through June and July and August? Now, I will say, upon 19 years of review, we were dead wrong about a lot of things, but one in particular is that August would be an easier month because football camp has started.
Right.
August is probably the hardest month. That's what we figured out.
Correct.
But June and July, for seemingly the last dozen years, or as long as I can really remember, keep producing. Whether it's a quarterback story in the offseason, whether it was LeBron and the decision. I mean, there have been so many things. Even we did all those shows through COVID and nothing was going on, and we still found topics. But the sports world, unlike any other world, delivers constantly. And fortunately, more times than not, in a good way.
And lately, it's been delivering, dare I say, in a great way. It's the most overused word, certainly in sports, maybe in life. But man, has the sports world been outstanding here lately. And remember, Cleveland versus Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals, that was a foregone conclusion. And Oklahoma City in no more than 5 is winning the finals. Neither Boston nor Cleveland made it to the Eastern Conference Final. And it's the 4 seed from the East that's up 2-1 on the 68-win franchise.
And, of course, it's going to be Halliburton and Siakam that are going to get it done in Game 3. Oh, no.
Mark, how in the world could you overlook Benedict Mathurin?
How many other Benedicts do you even know other than Arnold?
Could that be the poll question today? Okay. Best Benedict you know. Arnold, Mathurin, eggs.
That's an on-the-fly terrific poll question there. I'd go with eggs, but that's just me.
Hey, timeliness. I don't know if Eggs Benedict could be better than Benedict Mathurin was last night.
9 of 12, 27 points, I think, when it was all said and done?
The biggest scoring output from an Indiana Pacer so far in the NBA Finals is from Benedict Mathurin. Hello. And listen.
And it was a little, I don't know about historic, but it's the 3rd most points off the bench in a finals game in league history.
I mean, the Thunder are like, man, we're taking over this game a couple times. They want Mathurin to shoot the ball. Let him shoot.
Shoot it.
He'll start missing. Why? His name's Benedict Mathurin, for goodness sakes. Do we even have a scouting report on this guy?
Oh, and by the way, Oklahoma City, here's an idea. You're not playing in a summer AAU league. When you inbounds the ball, throw it to a teammate.
19 turnovers for the Thunder last night. They were the sloppy team.
Yeah, 2 of them on inbounds passes after Indiana buckets.
Yep,
That's embarrassing in the NBA.
it
The
is.
first one I don't know about justify, but I can go, okay, they caught him sleeping. He got
Right.
him, smart play.
Right.
But when he does
Happens.
it the second time, like 4 inbounds plays later, but TJ McConnell running around stealing everything, he had a monster second quarter off the bench.
Mark, you know what? That could be a poll question. Best TJ in sports, TJ Watt, TJ McConnell. Do we have another TJ?
Well, we have one that just retired, TJ Oshie, right?
There we go.
Our poll questions have poll questions this
I
morning.
don't know if any of them are any good, but you know what? They're just pithy enough for us this morning.
David, I'm a little worried, though. And it's not a sports topic that I'm worried about.
What's that?
But we've lost 2 great musicians here in like the last week. Sly Stallone and now Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys passed yesterday. The Beach Boys, by the way, I don't count it as my first concert, but they played a concert at a high school by me. And I was really young and I didn't have tickets, but it was outdoors at the football stadium. So I rode my bike with a couple of neighbor kids, and we watched from outside the fence. And I don't think I watched the whole show. I watched a song or two, and then I had to go home. But I was probably 9, 10 years old when I watched the Beach Boys essentially for free at Swan Valley High School. I was a pretty big Beach Boys fan as a kid. My mom had whether it was a greatest hits album or whatever the hell it was, but I remember a summer in which one of my dad's work friends, his son, who was going to be a senior in high school, kind of watched me in the summer, and Mike Ellis was his name, and he listened to the Beach Boys, so that kind of got me into it. So I've always enjoyed their music. It's as my wife would say, that's happy music. There's nothing that really can upset you about a Beach Boys song. Kind of goes with our movie. It's kind of something snappy, something peppy.
So my mom and my dad were not together long, and my dad was not a consistent presence in my life. But in the 70s, when I was 5 to 14, 15, for most of the 70s, my mom dated a guy by the name of Bill, who was a caddy, professional caddy. All right. Caddy throughout New Jersey for, some club pros, and did the daily circuit and then the, competitive Metropolitan Golf Association. Then a couple of those guys actually qualified for majors. I have a scorecard from the 1970, I think, 6 U.S. Open in Atlanta that Jerry Pate won, and he got everybody who's anybody's signature on this scorecard. I got Jack, I got Arnie, you name it. I got it on a scorecard. Anyway, Bill purchased a 1955, which I believe is the first year that they made the T-Bird. And he purchased it in Huntsville, Alabama, and it was cherry red, and it had red and white leather seats, and it was a convertible. The top came off. And I just thought
hence convertible.
Yes. I thought this was the greatest car that had ever been made. How cool is this sucker? All right. He had an 8-track machine. He had 2 8-tracks. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, Beach Boys, Endless Summer. I cannot tell you. We played those 8 tracks until they couldn't work anymore. Why we didn't purchase an additional, granted, between the 3 of us, not a lot of money. But the fact we never added to our 8-track collection. But yes, Mark, Beach Boys, Endless Summer, that was my introduction to the Beach Boys. I will say, unfortunately, when I was in Scranton, Pennsylvania, about 10 years later, second worst concert I ever saw in my life was the Beach Boys on July 4th. They clearly didn't want to be there. They played 37 minutes in Scranton Municipal Stadium and walked off. 37 minutes. Crowd waited hours. Outside of Aerosmith being hammered in the early 80s, and being bottled off stage. It was the worst concert I ever saw.
And I have no real recollection other than seeing a couple of songs, and it didn't sound great, but that to me was the venue that it was at more than anywhere else. But obviously a huge influence on so many bands. Pet Sounds always thought of as one of the greatest albums ever recorded. And Brian Wilson was the influence of all that. He was the brains behind it. He was a musical genius. He was a weird dude, like many musical geniuses are.
Heck, the Beatles said that he and they influenced them.
Yeah, absolutely. That Pet Sounds led to the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's and many other albums. So yeah, huge influence on many, many bands. And the passing of Brian Wilson yesterday at the age of 82.
Miller and Moulton. We have the voice, one of the voice, not the voice, we have the analyst for the Edmonton Oilers, who will join us coming on the show next hour.
We've had guests from north of the border. We've had hockey guests many a time from north of the border. But David, I don't believe you've ever been able to say on a radio station beginning with the call letter C before.
Correct.
And we've been doing this a while.
Correct.
This is a first for Miller and Moulton.
Right. This isn't somebody from KDKA or Como radio in the States, in which you get west of the Mississippi and, stations start with K. This is from 880 CHED. Yeah, that's where we're going today. Yeah. I think the game in the Stanley Cup Finals tonight.
All right. Well, I gave the stat earlier this week that Edmonton will have to overcome. 30 previous times when a series was tied 1-1, the winner of Game 3 has won 23 of the 30 Stanley Cups, 77% of the time. We'll see if Florida can make it 24 of 31. Great show lined up for you. The starting five, 25 minutes away. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Experience the Anna Jar Levine difference. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
Sales desk, Marty.
Hey, Marty, can I buy a new vehicle from you and just drive it all summer long?
So a buddy of mine that I worked with years and years ago in Atlanta is out in Vegas for the World Series of Poker.
Okay.
Played in an event yesterday and knocked out a guy from the Philippines who's like has won $25 million in poker winnings lifetime.
Nice.
And he knocked him out. He's got the picture. I'm not into poker, but he's got pictures up of guys and their lifetime earnings that he's sitting at a table with. It's fairly impressive.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We're going to have some fun with you today. Obviously, we'll look back Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Terrific game. Very entertaining, exciting. I think fairly well played. Sure, there was, a key turnover here or missed assignment there, but come on now. You can't have a perfectly played game over 2.5 hours. But, 64-60 at the half. The team losing at the half's up 89-84 going to the fourth. Team losing going to the fourth outplays the so-called better team with the lead to win, take a surprising lead in the series. I don't know. I think this is good for the NBA. I know no one's watching. The ratings are bad, blah, blah. I think this is good for the NBA for two reasons. First off, better get acquainted with Oklahoma City because they ain't going anywhere.
We said it before. There are the new San Antonio Spurs from the late 90s to the early part of the century.
Really
the
through
2010s, if you will.
Yeah, through the middle of the 2010s. The Spurs had a generational run, and I think Oklahoma City will have at least half a generation. Can they keep it going? Well, Spurs had 3 or 4 Hall of Famers and a Hall of Fame coach. So we'll see, how many Oklahoma City can add to the collection over the years.
But with the flexibility they have in the draft picks and draft capital, this team's not going anywhere. Although they weren't making shots last night down the stretch. They went 1 of 10 in the last 5.5 minutes. In fact, 5 of those shots were blocked. So credit the Pacers' defense in the fourth quarter. And we talked about Oklahoma City's defense throughout the playoffs. It was the Pacers' defense last night that won them that game.
Held them to 18 in the fourth quarter, and I think Indiana would take 107 as Oklahoma City's point total the rest of the way. I think the Pacers would say, we hold them to a $107? Oh, we're going to win this series. So, but the other thing that I believe is ultimately good is you need teams to overachieve. I think you need teams to do well so that more fan bases have hope. I don't think it can be the same 5 or 6 teams. I don't think that's good for a league. Now, in a way, it's great. It creates super teams and terrific ratings, but you get 20 fan bases that are like, we don't have a shot. We just don't have a shot. Now, come on. Oklahoma City, Indiana in the final. Tell me that won't, for a couple years, have a bunch of fan bases thinking, what are you kidding me? We have a shot. Look, the Pacers made the finals. Hell, the Pacers may win. So I think ultimately it's good for the league. More of that coming up in a bit. We'll obviously look ahead to Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight in Sunrise. Panthers and Oilers, Florida up 2-1. Can they step on Edmonton's necks, or does the best player in the game and his up and down goalie come up big and even the series heading back to Alberta? But Mark, I don't know about you. There are times in which we both talk about our wives and we both talk about, our children on this show. And so in that way, they contribute to the show by being a part of our lives. And we do discuss our lives to some degree on this show.
Yeah, probably more than other shows do. We are a bit of an open book.
Yeah.
There's
and
no doubt.
trying to be in an entertaining way, not a negative way, but
No.
in an entertaining way. You know, the little joys of life, the beauties of life, you know, poking fun at us as only family can do. So out of nowhere, my daughter, and as you mentioned last segment, next month it will have been 19 years since we started doing a show together.
Right.
So a generation we have done a show together. My daughter has never, ever sent me a text that has led to me bringing it up on the air in a sports way.
Correct. In fact, so much so that you immediately text me what she had texted you.
And said, how about this?
Exactly.
So apparently, my wife and her husband and a few of her friends ended up having a discussion, and this was the debate.
Your daughter and her husband, not your wife.
I'm sorry, my daughter and
That's
her
all right.
husband.
Just keeping it real. See
Well,
that I threw in a little shot for floor meisters.
I was going to say, thank you, Floor
sneaking it in.
That was nice. So this is the text. Would you rather just take the $100,000 or your non-sports loving partner has 3 chances to sink a 6-foot putt for $1 million? Take the easy money, or come on, it's a 6-foot putt. I mean, you know, we've all gone miniature golfing. I mean, anybody can make a 6-foot putt.
And I immediately said to David, I love it. And we've held off on the poll question for a few days because we've had packed shows. We've had a lot going on.
Yeah.
We had 4 guests. And I'm like, David, this is not necessarily a theme show, but this could be the crux of our show for a day. And with the U.S. Open beginning early this morning, obviously a monster golf tournament, we have a pretty large golf audience. We thought today was the day to unveil it. And I asked my wife, we were getting ready for bed the other day, both in the bathroom, like brushing our teeth, doing that thing. And I said, so David's daughter came up with a poll question that I've been dying to ask you. And so I said, we can either take $100,000 right now, no questions asked, or you get 3 putts from 6 feet. If you make one of them, we get $1 million. I said I'd take the $100,000. I had no faith in my wife making a putt.
She doesn't play golf.
Not at all.
And it's not like you guys go to, Top Stroke there or play miniature golf. You don't do that very often.
We play some putt once in a while, but it's more me and my daughter
Right.
than it is the 3 of us. But my wife has come along when we've made it over to Congo River. Big fans, by the way. I cheat on one of the holes, and that's all right. There's a little shortcut you can take, and I do it. My wife gets mad every time.
Honey,
But,
you know this when we pull the parking lot. What's the problem?
you know, when we get to 15, I'm not going to play it down the thing. I'm going to jump the sidewalk, get it to that little area, and try to make a hole in one. Course knowledge. I don't know what to tell you.
Right. Local knowledge. Right.
Exactly. So my wife said, oh, I want to putt. $1 million? Oh, no, I want to putt. And I'm like, 6-footer, you're going to make that. Oh, it's $1 million.
We understand that, but it's guaranteed 100,000 because I've seen you putt. And I love you, but I don't have faith in you that you're going to make this. I mean, seriously, you know how in golf coverage they give you the percentage of, the pros got the 12-foot 3-inch putt, and they tell you, 28%. He'll make this putt 28% of the time. What do you think it is? Remember, a non-sports loving partner in your life, male or female. Do you have faith that they'll make The 6-footer.
Pros make this putt 70% of the time, 7 of 10. But we
Okay.
are talking about a non-golfer, your non-sports loving partner putting a putter in their hand, and it's 100,000 to take it out of their hand. But once we try to putt from 6 feet, they can make it for $1 million. But if you miss, you get bubkas. We've all watched The Price is Right.
Yep.
We've all watched them play the damn game for the car. Moulton and I dreamed of getting on that show and being able to play that game for a car.
Right. I did
Doesn't
not.
matter how many groceries I got right in order, how many I got wrong. I thought I could make it. 6-footer for $1 million or 100,000 and you don't putt. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Seriously, Kenneth Relief, you just found that out? That Paul Brown? Yeah. When Art Modell fired Paul Brown, he bought the Browns, fired Paul Brown. Paul Brown, then when an expansion franchise was awarded to Cincinnati, he's the one who founded them. And in very short order, he made them better than the Browns. Throughout the 70s, the Bengals were better than the Browns. Now, that Pittsburgh team was in the way.
Yes.
So are we going with it?
It's up.
Great. I actually do like our Benedict question. Best Benedict you know? Arnold, Mathurin, eggs.
I think you can go back to it a few times. I think if you walked around today and said, who is Benedict Mathurin to everybody you walked into, and I mean everybody, sports fan, not sports fan, I don't know how many people you get to say he's an Indiana Pacer.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Bob Stauffer, radio analyst for the Edmonton Oilers, to join us coming up 1 hour from now. Our poll question, early lopsided voting. Would you rather take $100,000 or have your non-sports playing partner attempt 3 chances to sink a 6-foot putt for $1 million? And right now, no one is trusting their non-sports loving partner. Everybody's taking the $100,000.
Yep. Give me the money. I think it's fantastic, though. I do love the fact that I literally said to my wife I'd take the money. She's, no, I could make that. You don't play golf.
I think the next time you guys go out and do miniature golf, pop stroke, whatever it is, okay, I really think, and we're not straight putt too. We're not uphill, downhill, left to right. No. I mean, 6-footer, a 6-footer. That's it. Here you go. Maybe right edge. That's it.
What I want to do is take my wife to the place I play golf at with a tape measure.
Drop
Put a
3
tee in the
balls
ground at 6 feet and say, okay.
There you go.
You want my putter? You actually have clubs you don't use. You want my daughter's putter. I want to go into the pro shop and pick out a putter. I don't give a damn.
Right.
So that's the poll question. Miller_Moulton, the David Moulton, that Mark Miller, all on X. Yesterday we had 3 poll questions. What's the winning score going to be of the U.S. Open? It ended up in a dead heat. 41.9% said under par. 41.9% said over par. The rest of you said level par. Who do you think will win the Open? 51% of you take the field. 33% of you took Scheffler. 16% of you took DeChambeau. Not one person voted for Rory McIlroy. It almost means we should put money on McIlroy right now. And finally, yesterday was National Corn on the Cob Day. How do you eat your corn on the cob? 79% of you eat it typewriter style in rows. The rest of you eat it correctly in circles.
20 minutes before the hour. Time now for
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
Terrific game, terrific atmosphere. It was a good 2.5 hours if you decided to watch. Oklahoma City trailed by 4 at the half, but led by 5 going to the fourth. And then Indiana went to their bench. How good was the Pacers bench last night? They outscored the Thunder bench 49-18. Pacers shot 52% for the game. Oklahoma City turned it over 19 times. Indiana outscored the Thunder 32-18 in the decisive fourth quarter. Benedict Mathurin with 27 off the bench. Halliburton, nearly a triple-double, 22 points, 9 rebounds, 11 assists. They outgunned SGA, Holmgren, Williams, who combined for 70 points. But it's the Pacers who go up 2-1, 116-107. All right, we got ourselves a series now.
Couple of things. We had Derek Schultz on yesterday, and we talked about Halliburton going downhill and kicking it out. He was able to do that early and get other players involved and get himself involved scoring. And David said flat out, hey, usually when you're at home, bench players play with more confidence. They did. They fed off the crowd, particularly in that second quarter when the Pacers bench was terrific.
So you've got two teams up 2-1. All they have to do is win their remaining home games to be champions in basketball and hockey. Can they do it? The Florida Panthers will host Game 4 tonight, up 2-1 against Edmonton, 8 o'clock TNT. I think this is just gamesmanship, but Knobloch, the Edmonton head coach, says he's undecided on who his goalie is for Game 4. I think he's got to go with Skinner because to me, he's got to have the move that if Skinner gets beat tonight, that he can go back to Picard when the series returns to Edmonton, because when he went from Skinner to Picard early in these playoffs, Picard then rattled off 6 in a row. He goes to Picard tonight, they lose. He's got no moves left. Just my thought. I think it's the series tonight for Edmonton.
Oh, there's no doubt. There is no doubt. They cannot go down 3-1 and win this series. Not in my opinion.
Well, remember, they were down 3-0 last year, forced to Game 7. But, I thought Game 2 was a must for Florida. I think Game 4 is a must for Edmonton. One other hockey note. This Cale Makar guy won his second Norris Trophy. If he didn't win, we were going to have a federal investigation. I think even Trump would have gotten involved. He doesn't know who he is. Somebody near him would have said, we got to look into this. Something's going on. One more thing to be mad at Canada about. That's what it would have been. So congratulations to Cale Makar, the Avs, his second Norris Trophy. U.S. Open gets underway in 1 minute. That kid who grew up in Pittsburgh and caddied at Oakmont is going to hit the first ball of the U.S. Open on the first tee.
The dentist, vote.
Yep. He lives in Indianapolis now, which is the center of the sports world. Matt Vogt is going to tee off in 1 minute from now and get things started. Bryson DeChambeau tees off at 7:30 off the first tee. Scotty Scheffler's got the afternoon tee time today at 1:25. If you want to watch, it's on now, USA Network till 5 o'clock. And then you got to go Peacock 5 to 7. Today's the big USA Network day. Tomorrow's the big Peacock day. Be prepared. Baseball. Yandy Diaz hit a 2-run homer, but Marcelo Meyer, top prospect of the Red Sox, he hit 2 home runs. Boston 4-3 to win the series against the Rays. Judge homered. 25 homers, by the way, for Aaron Judge. I mean, do the math. He's on pace for another 60-plus home run season. I mean, he's hitting over 390. It's the second week of June. I mean, Ohtani's amazing. I think Judge is better. No, ultimately, he's got to get it done in the second half of October, but we'll get there eventually.
But the kicker is, with those 25 home runs, Judge is not leading the American League in dingers. It's Cal Raleigh.
Unfortunately, the Mariners have gone south.
They have, but he hasn't.
No, Yankees double up the Royals 6-3. Bad day for the Tigers. Baltimore scored 7 in the 8th to beat them 10-1. And then Jackson Jobe, a good young starter for him. Yeah, he has to have Tommy John surgery. That means you probably aren't going to see him till 2027 when they give you TJ in June of 1 year. I mean, maybe he'll pitch a few innings for him late next year. Maybe. Toronto swept the Cardinals on the road, 5-2 the final. Blue Jays 8 games over 500.
Just 4 back of the Yanks.
Toronto would be in the playoffs if the playoffs started today. Phil's got a homer and 4 RBIs from Alec Boehm. Jesus Luzardo with 6 good innings. He struck out 10. Philly 7-2 over the Cubs. Mark, we had a couple of these yesterday. Don't fall out of your chair. David Peterson with a complete game for the Mets. 5-0 over the Nats. Brandon Nimmo with 2 homers. Juan Soto's heating up. He had another homer and a multi-hit game.
And just like that, the Mets now have the best record in baseball. With their win coupled with the Tigers' loss, right now the New York Mets are the best team in baseball.
I don't want you to ever say that again. Unless it is late October, okay? I'm asking you as a friend.
I understand, but you got to take your wins when you can get them, David. We're not going to say that in late October. Do you know why? We never say that in late October.
Not since 86. No, we have not. Spencer Schwellenbach with a complete game yesterday. He pitches for the Braves. You didn't know. Atlanta 6-2 over Milwaukee. Peterson, by the way, 106 pitches. Schwellenbach, 105. How about that? Hey, managers letting guys go out for the 9th with 90-something pitches. How about that? See, their arms didn't fall off or anything. No, it really can be done. Pirates over the Marlins, 5-2. So our buddy McCutchen hit his 241st homer. He's now 3rd on the Pirates' all-time home run list. Do you know who he passed yesterday?
Roberto Clemente.
Doesn't that kind of stop you in your tracks if you're Andrew McCutchen?
Yeah, well, I saw a really cool video because Clemente's family was on hand and he talked with them after. Very cool. It's really, and this has nothing to do with my wife being from Pittsburgh. I've been to that ballpark. It's a great ballpark.
Awesome.
That town has some of the best sports fans in the country, and their owner in baseball has neglected them. That place would be, if they put any money into it, it'd be packed every damn night. And they have such great history, from Clemente to those great 70s teams. It's ridiculous.
Guardians bomb the Reds 11-2. Snap Cincy's 5-game winning streak. Twins 6-2 over Texas. Byron Buxton hit the second longest home run of the year, 479 feet. Astros have a 4-game lead in the West. They beat the White Sox 10-2. Arizona with a 5-run 6. Diamondbacks back at 500. Seattle below 500. Arizona 5-2. Dodgers took 2 or 3 from the Padres. Got to give it up to them. With their pitching staff a mess. Teoscar Hernandez a 3-run homer, 5-2 LA. And the Giants have won 7 in a row. They scored 4 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th to beat the Rockies 10-7. Angels sweep the A's with a 6-run 6th, 6-5. David Greenwood, you may remember him, Mark. He was a bench player on your Pistons team that won it in 1990. He was also John Wooden's last recruit. He was the number 2 pick of the 79 draft. Some guy named Magic Johnson went number 1. David Greenwood was later traded for George Gervin. He was actually a really good player. David Greenwood died yesterday at the age of 68. The ACC-SEC Hoops Challenge has been set. The Gators will go to Duke. Georgia will go to Florida State. North Carolina will go to Kentucky. John Cal will host Louisville. Louisville, excuse me. Auburn will host NC State and Alabama will host Clemson. Remember, the SEC went 14-2 in this challenge last year. And our friend Amanda Kristovich of Front Office Sports was the first to report that 8 female athletes have already filed an appeal to stop this NCAA settlement. They argue that women would not receive their fair share of the nearly $3 billion in back pay, never mind Title IX going forward. By the way, the 8 athletes, one's from Vandy, 6 from College of Charleston, and 1 from Virginia. One other NBA note I just wanted to throw in here.
I'm sorry here, and I know they have every right to sue, but what the hell did 6 athletes from College of Charleston think they were going to earn?
Apparently, these 8, by the way, had already filed before the settlement that said they would not agree to it. It's why they can sue, and apparently no other current athletes can. But one other NBA note. Adam Silver, in an interview yesterday on Dan Patrick's show, said, "We have not seriously discussed expansion for years. We will seriously discuss it next month in Vegas at the owners' meeting." But then he said something interesting. He said, "I know a lot of people want us to add 2 teams and get 32. He goes, "But we got our TV deal done. If you think about it, we're divvying up the pie 30 ways. Don't we have to add cities that are going to add value to the pie and not just divvy it up 2 more times? So what cities out there truly add value?" And he mentioned something that I haven't heard in a long time. He said, "Do we have a second team in Canada? Do we go to Mexico? Is maybe the city of value not in the United States?" Interesting. I'm sure the folks in Seattle just loved hearing him yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show.
Yeah, and once LeBron got word, LeBron called and said, "I thought you were giving me the Vegas franchise."
I'm not interested in the Montreal team, the Vancouver team, or the Mexico City team. Unless Ballmer's going to sell me the Clippers on a discount, I'm really not interested. And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was the starting 5. 5 big stories and expansion, maybe, here on Miller and Moulton.
Our poll question today is a fun one. Would you rather take $100,000 or have your non-sports loving partner attempt 3 chances to sink a 6-foot putt for $1 million? Miller_Moulton, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X. Love to hear your thoughts on this fun little golf question on the first day of the U.S. Open. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, Cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambit, you didn't really hear, though, what the point was. What do Vegas and Seattle add to the TV contract? And I would argue nothing.
So Nick's not only wants to put $1 million on the line, you want to put the relationship on the line too? They could turn that around on you, you know.
Got a couple of texts to get to start us off. One on the poll question and one on the U.S. Open.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. Hope your week has gone well. We got over the hump yesterday, and, well, we're heading towards the last turn and heading for home. That's what today is for. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bob Stauffer, he helps broadcast Edmonton Oilers games on the radio from 880 CHED.
Outstanding.
He will join us coming up in 35 minutes' time, but we've got ourselves a poll question.
We think so. Text line is open for your thoughts on the poll question. You can always vote. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. It is the following. Would you rather take $100,000 or have your non-sports loving partner attempt 3 chances to sink a 6-foot putt for $1 million? Right now, 78% of you are taking the $100,000.
Hey, we're making progress because like the first 10 people who voted all said I'd take the $100,000. Nobody was putting for the 6. Did you see Nix's comment in the Twitch chat room? Well, as long as she knows that the relationship is riding on it. Whoa! So it's bad enough a million's riding on it. Now the relationship is too. Although if you think about it, could the relationship survive the missed 6-footers?
Yeah, but the other side of this, she could make the putt, turn to her sports-loving partner and say, I'm keeping it, you're screwed. We're done.
Could be Kramer and Seinfeld. I'm out.
But a texter says, good poll question. Tough call, but I'm taking the $100,000 right now. 21,000 is the text line. If you've not texted in a while, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much as you would like. I'll do my best to get back to you. The reason the text keyword is Miller is that people misspell David's last name all the time. It's as simple as that. We figured you wouldn't screw up Miller.
And also on my laptop, the bottom key that is for the N and the B doesn't work. So I can't even spell my last name if I wanted to text in correctly. So that's why it has to be Miller, because at least I can type that in.
So there's a little bit going on behind the scenes here. I'm leaving in a couple of weeks for vacation.
Mark, when's your vacation start again?
15 days. And 15 days and 3 hours, actually. But David will have to set up the show.
Right.
That means log on online, hit a few buttons, and get the show to where we can communicate back and forth between Jacksonville and Fort Myers. The show is based out of Fort Myers. David is in Jacksonville. So David yesterday had his first training session with me.
Yes.
This morning I had 4 texts.
Right.
On his first attempt to set up. I have no idea what happened the first time. All I know is by the 4th text, it said, scrap that. I've got it right now.
Right. My 2nd, 3rd, and 4th text all started with scrap that. Right. It's probably the simplest thing ever.
It's quite easy. I'm not going to lie.
Staggeringly easy.
Even you yesterday said, oh, this is all I've got to do.
Right. I think in a coma, if you asked me how to set this show up, I could do it. All right. And yet I screwed it up 3 times this morning.
But the kicker is you have to put in, it asks, there are certain questions, and you have to put the title of the show And there's a certain way that I've done it since we've been on Twitch and YouTube.
Right.
I would like that to stay consistent because that is how it's posted on Twitch and YouTube for everybody to see for the rest of time.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, as David just pointed out, he doesn't have a damn N key. So it's impossible for it to look the way it's looked for the better part of 5 years.
Because for 5 years, the show's been Miller and Moulton. And for the week that Mark's going to be on vacation, the show's going to be Miller and Molto.
Unbelievable.
I am debating whether or not to buy a new laptop in the next 3 weeks. Problem is, I got everything set up. All I have to do is hit buttons. I can't afford because I can't.
Then we got to start right from scratch again.
Yeah. So, no offense. I know it's going to drive you nuts, but we're going with Miller and Molto.
Which means every morning I'm going to wake up and correct it while I'm on vacation. Didn't plan on bringing a computer. Now it looks like I'll have to.
Come on. Rick will be able to do it. Okay. I think I'm fine with Molto. It's just a week. People know it's me. They'll definitely know it's me. They'll go,
I understand, but you understand consistency, whether it's advertising. Our show is named Miller and Moulton.
Right.
If people go to look for yesterday's show and it's Miller and Molto, hopefully they'll be able to find it.
With all due respect, okay, if they can't figure it out that Miller and Molto is actually the Miller and Moulton show, okay, I mean, come on now. For as, well, inadequate as I am to assist you on this show in many ways, I mean, I have to admit, I would hold it against our listeners. It's like, really? What show did you think Miller and Molto was?
It's a brand. You know, they're not the Los Angeles Lake.
It'd be Laker. Los Angeles Laker. Okay, you'd think, oh, that's the Lakers. You'd throw the S on at the end. That's all I'm saying. Speaking of who?
And you went with all due respect to me this early in the show. Are you serious right now?
I did. It's not often you and I do the all due respect to the other.
With all due respect.
Sir.
Swear on the air, but what I want to say to you right now rhymes with what they use on a hockey rink.
Zamboni? How about them Pacers last night, huh?
How about them Pacers last night?
116-107. Listen, we think we had one of the best guests we've ever had yesterday in Derek Schultz because he's from Indianapolis and he really wants the Pacers to win. And he said, listen, can they win? Sure they can. But Oklahoma City's better. They're just going to have to outplay them. Now, maybe they can do it because they're at home and benches play better at home and Halliburton's going to have to outplay SGA and, you know, maybe they can do it. But through 2 games, it looks like Oklahoma City's better and the Pacers are going to have to get a lot better if they're going to win this. Well, last night they were a lot better, particularly in the fourth.
The second quarter, they were amazing. The fourth quarter, they were really good. Not only were they hitting shots on the fourth, they stopped Oklahoma City essentially for the final 5 minutes of the game.
Outscored them 32-18 during money time. Indiana 116-107. They're up 2-1. All right. Let's go. When's the last time a 4 seed has won the NBA championship in either conference? I mean, this just doesn't happen in the NBA.
No,
the NBA is
not set up for it to happen.
No, the NBA is a total front-running league. You know, and we know certain teams mail in the regular season. I mean, you know, I don't think Houston was a great seed during, you know, Hakeem's 2 titles. The one year, I think when they repeated, they were a 6 seed. But we all knew, yeah, they ain't a 6 seed. Look at that, the defending champs, for goodness sakes. Got 2 Hall of Famers on that team.
By the way, to the texters out there, 21,000, I appreciate the love on the text line. To a texter who simply asked, can he copy and paste it, or at the very least, copy an N and paste it when he needs it? That has been brought up on air, off air, and if you watch the show via YouTube or Twitch, you are with us through the commercial breaks. We run our affiliate break, and then the rest of the time, it's us talking.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And that was suggested by me and several people in the chat room.
Right.
And David refuses to even attempt to learn copy and paste.
I've tried it, and it just doesn't work for me. I mean, I can copy stuff on my phone and move it. I can, but I don't know. See, certain keys don't work on this laptop. You know, the caps lock key doesn't work, but I can get the shift key to work. I mean, listen, it's an old beat up jalopy, but it works for me. And I don't want to trade in the car just yet, because the car gets me from point A to point B. Sometimes there's issues.
Miller and Moulton sounds like a man and his dog. 20 years we've branded the show a certain way, all out the window because David doesn't have an N.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Who's going to be listening the first week of July anyway?
And then finally, one that has a little more to do with the U.S. Open. We were talking about this earlier, so I'll bring it up again. Did I hear you right? I won't be able to watch the U.S. Open on Friday unless I buy Peacock. Are we being conditioned to accept eventually paying for all sports? To your second part of that question, absolutely.
So I believe tomorrow's schedule, you went over this yesterday, isn't it? Like 6:30 to 1 o'clock on Peacock, and then 1 to 7 on NBC tomorrow. And then whatever leftover coverage is back on Peacock. So tomorrow's the big Peacock day. You do need Peacock today after 5. It's
right.
USA Network till 5 o'clock, and then it's Peacock from 5 until whenever they want to stop. So, but yeah, tomorrow it's only Peacock and NBC. No USA.
Yeah, Peacock from 6:30 in the morning until 1 tomorrow, and then 7 to 8 p.m., but 1 to 7 on NBC. And I'm sure the affiliates across the country are really excited about losing 3 hours of local, at least 2, but up to 3 hours of local news. Money time for all these stations.
There's no money to be made, okay, doing local news between 5 and 7 o'clock. And never mind if you get in the way in the central time zones and elsewhere of Wheel and Jeopardy or, you know, Family Feud or whatever the case may be. There's no money to be made on those shows at all. Right. Mm-hmm.
But USA Network today, and then NBC today, Peacock and NBC tomorrow, and then the majority of the coverage on NBC. Everything you're going to want to watch is on NBC on the weekend. Bob Stauffer, he is the color commentator for the Edmonton Oilers, and he will join us to discuss Game 4 in 25 minutes right here on Miller and Moulton.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's not that the ads aren't bought in advance, but when the local news is running, every break is a local break. When they're running national coverage, most breaks are national breaks, and they'll slip in however many locals they have. So they don't have nearly the inventory, Nix. That's what it's about. They control all of the inventory for their news shows. That's why the news is on. So, I mean, they're starting at 4:30, I think, on NBC here. And then what, 3 o'clock or 3:30 in the afternoon? I mean, they're running a lot of news, and there's a reason behind that. They make a boatload of money off of it. And CBW, like here, I believe NBC starts their news at 4 in the afternoon. I'm pretty sure. But they're 4:30. They're 4:30 to 7 in the morning, and then I believe 4 to 6:30. I think that's all of them. One of them might even start at 3:30. And that's the reason, Nick. It's just the inventory. They get control all of their inventory in the news. And what will they get? Maybe a couple minutes an hour, David, with NBC? Is that how it works?
Yep. So you lose a ton of inventory. Don't laugh. You lose 6 figures of revenue daily. Easy.
6 figures daily?
Easy.
No.
Easy. Oh, yeah.
This market?
Easy.
So they're doing $1 million a week in advertising in this market? I don't think so.
Mark, those commercials on NBC2, those are $1,000 spots.
At 6, but not at 4.
Okay.
I just didn't think they did that kind of revenue.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We never did ask the Benedict question, right? We had fun with it, but we never officially asked it.
We did not put it up on the survey.
We were going to in honor of Benedict Mathurin. And if you didn't watch Game 3 of the NBA Finals last night, you're like, Benedict Mathurin? Is he one of those lawyers? Is he, got an insurance company near me? What? No. Benedict Mathurin came off the bench for the Indiana Pacers and scored 27 points. Pacers bench outscored the Thunder 49-18. And so we were going to ask you today, just to have some fun, all-time best Benedict, Arnold, Mathurin, or Eggs?
I would vote Eggs. Mathurin second and the traitor last.
Right.
That's how I'd rank the Benedicts. One of which we had no idea was on that list until last night in the second quarter.
Right. I will say, I give Mike Breen, he was going with the alliteration because he also was like, this is Benedict Mathurin. And so it was what? Mathurin Mania? Mathurin Madness? Mathurin Magic? I mean, he was just, find me an adjective with M.
He's really solid.
He is.
I don't know if I like that threesome together. I don't think there's great chemistry. After Breen had such great chemistry with Jackson and Van Gundy, it's just not the same. I think Doris Burke's fine. I think Jefferson's fine. You don't sense the camaraderie that was there just a couple of years ago in that booth.
Yeah, I think the folks at the Four Letter Network feel the exact same way. In fact, I know they do. So
and it's their fault.
No doubt.
I mean, it's all their fault.
Right. Or it's Adam Silver's fault.
Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, and it's brought to you by Air Advantage. For service or sales, call today, 239-433-4635. That's 433-4635. Online, myairadvantage.com, myairadvantage.com. 18 months, no interest, no payments available. A proud Ream Pro partner. We go north of the border for the coolest thing I've seen today. And boy, oh boy, is Summer McIntosh something. She is a Canadian swimmer. She is 18 years old. She has set 3 world records in less than a week at the Canadian swimming trials. She's beating mostly her own records and crushing them. She broke her own 400-meter individual medley mark last night. She beat it by nearly a second off her previous best time. That was a world record. Her closest rival in the 400-meter IM was 12 seconds behind her.
Yeah, this is Katie Ledecky stuff here.
On Monday, she broke the world record for the 200 IM. She shaved more than a second off of her 400 freestyle record. She also set Canadian records in 2 other events. She won 3 golds in Paris. We'll see what happens in the coming LA games, but she is a superstar in the sport of swimming.
Her name is Summer
McIntosh.
And we're going to have some Summer McIntosh, Katie Ledecky showdowns. Little Canada, U.S. in the pool in 3 years.
One of the main reasons that I follow Pat Forty on X, because his daughter was a swimmer. He pays a ton of attention to That and horse racing, for a guy who's a mainstream sports guy and covers college sports incredibly well, he's really good at the ones that he loves on the side, swimming and horse racing.
Based out of Louisville. So I give Sports Illustrated a lot of credit that they still let him cover, horse racing and swimming. And they just say to him, as long as you cover that college football and basketball thing, we'll let you do whatever you want. You want to work year round, knock yourself out. We ain't paying you anymore. We'll pick up your hotel rooms and a few meals, but knock yourself out there, big fella.
But that's the coolest thing I've seen today, brought to you by Air Advantage, online, myairadvantage.com.
Having some fun today with our poll question, which was submitted to me by my daughter. It's her first contribution to the show in her lifetime. And the question is, okay, you can have $100,000, no questions asked, or the partner in your life, not a sports person, can attempt a 6-foot putt 3 times for $1 million. Do you let them attempt the putt? I mean, think about it. You go out miniature golfing. Sometimes that person in the family doesn't play golf all of a sudden grabs that putter and that purple ball, makes that 10-footer without banking it. That's all we need here.
That right there, you got to the crux of the situation.
Right.
This is a putt on a real green.
I
you
understand.
Can't bang it off the back wall and hope for a bank shot.
I know you can't kiss it off the red ball and have it go in. No, it's just, but we've all seen the worst putter in the group, have their putter, which is not custom, which is too big or too small, and they got the yellow ball or the orange ball or what have you, but they make a nice putt, and you go, well, I'll be damned. And you figure this is a straight putt, flat putt, 6 feet. One time.
Most of the guys I play with, their wives are golfers. There are a few that are not. I will bring this question to the course tomorrow.
Listen, I'd be willing to ask this question if you're a golfer. Mark, I'm serious. Say it was reverse. Your wife's asking you. You could be the one putting. $100,000, or don't worry, honey. Okay, I'll make one of these. And she looks at you like, well, you better, because it's going to cost us some serious coin. Seriously, what would be your confidence level on the 6-footer?
For 3 of them?
No, you got to make one.
I got to make one of the 3.
Yeah.
90%.
So you think you'd do it?
One of the 3, yeah.
Okay.
I do. But there's a difference between just making a 6-footer 1 out of 3 and there being a pot of gold behind the cup. I mean, that does change everything.
Well, and as we all know, when you miss that first one, and Mark, I love you. You're going to miss that first putt. Okay? And the putt's not going to change. Still going to be flat. Still going to be inside right edge. Okay? I'm just saying, though. Just saying, this is the free throw shooter shooting 3. You need to make 1. Clank the first one. Uh-oh.
But a free throw is not easy for even if you go shoot hoop. A 6-footer to me is a lot. If I had to make one of 3 free throws, I'd take the 100,000.
Okay, but
one of 3 6-footers, I feel really confident I would make it. And if any of our listeners want to put up $1 million for me to make a 6-footer, I would be glad to attempt it.
Hold on a second. Does that mean if you miss, we have to pay them $100,000?
I'll tell you what, they can do the show with you for a week. And we'll figure out which one of them has to put the show online.
Well, it would have to be them. They'd get top billing. They'd replace you. Okay. So it'd be Tomacek and Moulton. There it is.
So it's 80-20 right now. 80% of you are taking the $100,000. 20% of you want your significant other to putt for $1 million. I would ask the 20% of you this question. Would you be able to handle it if she missed all three? Because you've got to be able to say, no. I wanted you to putt.
Right. It's fine.
okay.
It's fine. Okay, we rolled the dice. Okay, we played let's make a deal with a 6-foot putt, and we lost. We're going home with a lifetime supply of Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Faro and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Faro and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Faro and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
DC, I'm positive you could get us on the air. I'm 100% positive you could get us. The fact that David got us on the air, David set it up today. The fact that David set this up, I am convinced that any of you who are able to get into the Twitch chat room, operate all the things on Twitch, could very simply get us on StreamYard.
Because I actually figured out why it was that I couldn't set it up properly and actually deleted some things to set us up properly. So there. So I'm confident I can get us on the air in 3 weeks. I mean, it'll be Miller and Molto, but I'll get us on the air.
All is well, one with the universe.
Come on. You can enjoy your vacation. Okay. All you have to do is, check your phone. And when, it's 5:58 or 6:01 and you got nothing, you're gold.
Put it this way, the only day I'm worried about is Monday. After Monday, I don't care about you two. You get on the air Monday, I expect you to do it for the rest of the week.
Now, you will have sent the best of to Colorado.
Oh, I'm doing that not next week, but probably the beginning of the following. before I leave. The week of the 23rd?
Yeah. Bob, I'm talking to Bob in the Twitch chat room. Did you see Mickelson whiff on 3 chips greenside yesterday? Whiff. That's the part of the U.S. Open that drives me crazy. I have no problem. You put the ball 10 feet off the fairway into the rough, they want to severely penalize you. Hey, you knew the rules going in.
Maxwell Moldavan eagled the first hole.
Wow. Wouldn't that be cool? Just to see your name atop the leaderboard. And you just take a picture. Here, take a picture of that. You know, you end up shooting that 81, but for that moment in time, you're leading the U.S. Open. That'd be cool. Yeah, Bob, that's my thought. It's not fair. It's not. I'm sorry. Those greens are rock hard, 14 and a half on the meter. Balls can roll through greens. Good shots can roll through the greens. And then be unplayable, basically? That's absurd.
I gave Bob just a little quick history. I said, we are in Florida, but I did about 15 years of hockey play-by-play, and we're big hockey fans. And he's like, okay, what league? And he goes, now is your partner David? He says, he's the one that does the SEC stuff. I said, yes. So he's ready to go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Don't forget our poll question. We're having some fun. Do you take the $100,000 cash, or do you let your non-sports loving partner grab the putter and have 3 cracks at a 6-footer for $1 million? Take the cash or roll the dice. That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. All important game 4 tonight. Sunrise, Stanley Cup final. Panthers with a 2-1 series lead over Edmonton. Radio analyst for the Oilers and host of Oilers Now on 880 CHED in Edmonton. Bob Stauffer is kind enough to join us. You can follow Bob on X at Bob_Stauffer, STAUFFER. Bob, it's David and Mark. Thanks so much for doing this. Good morning. How are you?
Good. And I take the cash, just so you know.
There you go.
Chances there. I'm taking that cash all day and not leaving it to my spouse to take a shot at a 6-footer.
Hey, the 2 guys you're talking to voted the same way, Bob. Voted absolutely the same way.
All right, game 3, Bob.
Brilliant minds think alike, obviously.
Absolutely. Right. Game 3 was unlike the first 2, which the hockey was sensational in games 1 and 2. And then Florida took it to Edmonton early and often in game 3. Edmonton tried to play Florida's game, in our opinion. They tried to hit. They were very aggressive. They took far too many penalties. What's it going to take for Edmonton to just try to outskate the Panthers tonight?
Yeah, well, it's interesting, right? Because Florida's better than they were last year. And the Oilers are different than they were last year. I mean, Florida's got more scoring depth. And I think there's this perception out there that the Oilers game is run and gun, and they can perhaps get into a track meet. This is not Alabama LSU going at it the year that the LSU won the national title with that unbelievable team, and had Joe Burrow at quarterback, and Tua was the quarterback for Bama. I mean, the reality of the situation here is Edmonton does not have Zach Hyman, who's last year led the NHL in combined goals between the regular season and playoffs. He's out. He's injured. Florida's got the deeper team offensively right now. And so I think Edmonton's game has to be, strict defensive structure, limit the amount of scoring chances Florida gets, and play more of a defensive-minded game, which for a lot of people, they kind of find that hard to believe, given that Edmonton's got Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, who are the two highest-scoring players in the NHL since David came in the league. So, and as for the physical stuff, nobody plays that nasty old-school game better than the Florida Panthers. The Oilers simply can't engage it. They have a little of that themselves, but Florida knows better as to how to, go right to the line and not go over it. So I think Edmonton's just got to get back to what's got them here, which is playing really intelligent defensive hockey. That's kind of how they got past both Vegas and Dallas in 5 games. And if they don't do that, they're not going to work their way back into a series, because Florida is a deeper team right now offensively, and they got, frankly, the better goaltending. So they got to smarten up.
By the way, in booking Bob on the show, we learned that Bob was a football spotter for 25 years and loves SEC football. So Bob, he may join us once or twice to talk about the Stanley Cup final, but we're booking Bob weekly to talk about the SEC in the fall. In all seriousness, supposedly Knobloch is undecided on his goalie tonight. I mean, come on. He's playing Skinner tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, he'll be playing Stuart Skinner. And Stuart Skinner is 6-0 in his career over the last 2 seasons in games 4. So Chris Knobloch, I actually was the old SID at the University of Alberta at Edmonton. And the U of A is it's the power school in Canadian sports. They won every major international champ during the years that I was there. They won every major. I also was doing the drive show at that time on the All Sports station. But and I bring this up because they won every major sport, with the exception of football, because frankly, they were too good academically compared to the other schools. They just couldn't get enough bodies, in football. That's kind of a joke. But the reality is, Knobloch's a very cerebral coach. He's come in here. He's the first coach since Scotty Bowman to get to a Stanley Cup final in his first 2 years. His teams tend to work their way into a series. They're 10-14 in games 1 through 3 under Knobloch over the last 2 playoff years. That's 8 playoff series. But they're 18-2 in games 4 through 7. Unfortunately for Edmonton, one of those losses was Game 7 last year in the Stanley Cup final. The Florida, as you guys both know, the Panthers built up a 3-0 lead. Edmonton got back to 3-3 and lost Game 7. So one of the things that Chris has done is not overreact. Skinner's going to start tonight, and he's going to have to play better because the guy on the other end is playing brilliantly. Like right now, Sergei Bobrovsky has a .957 save percentage at 5-on-5. And so you got to match that if you're Stuart Skinner, and he's going to have to give Edmonton a couple more stops here.
What do they need to do 5-on-5? Obviously, the Edmonton power play has been pretty good, and so is the Florida Panthers power play for that matter. But 5-on-5, Florida's been the better team. You talked about the Florida depth, and I know that's a big part of it. But what do you have to do 5-on-5 to get the oil going tonight?
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, Florida's got the better power play numbers. The expected goals on the power play are almost what in theory should happen. It hasn't to this point. Edmonton's, at like 12.2 per 60 in expected goals in the power play, and Florida's at 6.6. Florida's got 5 power play goals, and Edmonton's only got 3 in the series. That's the sort of luck factor. You guys both know the game. Like, of the 4 major professional sports, hockey's the one that has the greatest variance of luck. Saying that, 5-on-5, I think the first 2 games, Edmonton was probably marginally better than Florida, but Florida dominated Game 3. And I'm going to circle back to the Panthers' third line. Like, Florida's management is exceptional, right? And they got a lot of different guys contributing. Bill Zito's a former agent. He knew players. He worked in Columbus where they had no money and they had to make the most of situations. And then they've got a couple former GMs like Rick Dudley, who's a great talent evaluator. Paul Fenton's another one. And then they got the top analytics guy out there, a guy named Sonny Nato, that's now an assistant GM. So they got a powerhouse staff, and they went out and they got Brad Marchand at the deadline, and then they resuscitated Seth Jones on the back end. But Marchand in particular, with Lindell and Lostrain, and that's the best third line in the playoffs by a mile. And that's been the swing factor in this series. They win game 2 in overtime in Edmonton because of how well that line played. And that's why they got a bit of an advantage 5-on-5. I just think the Oilers have to play better defensively and not give up as much. They might make a change with one of their defensemen, side, put in Troy Stetcher. He's an undersized guy, but he plays hard, firm, and direct under pressure. And that's what you have to do because Florida's got the best forecheck in the league.
Does McDavid have to do anything differently? I mean, through the first 2 games, Barkov, the best defensive forward in the league, was -4. So clearly, McDavid has made a big impact on this series. But we all know the drill. The best players in the biggest games. He's clearly the best player in the league. I'm just curious. Obviously, don't have last change in Florida. Maybe him and, Draisaitl don't team up as much in Florida as they can in Edmonton. But I'm just curious, Bob, as you were watching Game 3 unfold, is there anything more or different that you are expecting from 97?
Well, one of the challenges, again, when you lose Zach Hyman, he scored 54 goals in the regular season last year and 16 in the playoffs. And then Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is playing hurt right now. We all know that. He's missed a game and he's missed a couple practices. That's 2/3 of Edmonton's top line with McDavid. At the end of the day, you guys know the game. It's not basketball. In basketball, if you have 2, and certainly if you have 3 of the top players, you can win. In hockey, because of the goaltender and the importance of goaltending, a little bit of luck. Like the Oilers are going to be in the mix because they got McDavid, Draisaitl, and a defenseman named Evan Bouchard on the back end. But a team can still beat them. And the reality is, Florida has, in my mind right now, superior depth in this series. Edmonton's equalizer is they've got Connor and Leon, but they can't afford to play them together too much 5v5 because they'll get destroyed in the other line matchups further down the lineup. So Connor's going to have to do some of this alone. The one thing he could do is maybe shoot more. He's due to score a goal. I know there was a bit of a discussion on that with Stephen A. Smith. He said, this guy's a superstar. He hasn't scored a goal. It's ridiculous. He's going to, what David's achieved over the last 2 playoff years hasn't been done statistically in the NHL in about 4 years since Wayne Gretzky back in 84 and 85. So, he's got to score. But the Oilers need a little bit of puck luck too. And it's not an excuse. It's just a reality. And the other factor is Florida's really good. And they're at the top of their game right now. They're going, this is their 3rd trip to the Stanley Cup. They know what they're about. And there's a term we use in hockey. It's called a wagon. And right now the Panthers are playing like a wagon. So it's incumbent upon Edmonton to find a way to chip into that tonight.
You mentioned, Bob, how good the Florida Panthers forecheck is. What's impressed me about the Panthers throughout these playoffs is not just their forecheck, but when other teams try to forecheck the Panthers, their ability to have puck support in their own end and make that little 5-foot pass and get 2 passes and get the puck up ice and get out of their zone. How does Edmonton counter that on their own end? Because when the Florida Panthers forecheck seems to be going, they really can contain a team in their own end. How important is it for Edmonton to get that first little pass out and get out of their zone to deny the Panthers that forecheck?
Well, it's a great point by you. And to be honest with you, it's the thing that's disappointed me the most in Edmonton's game in this series. I thought Edmonton, because of the makeup of their defense, the moves Stan Bowman made, specifically adding Jake Wallman and John Klingberg. And again, I think there's a chance Klingberg comes out tonight for Troy Stetcher. I thought Edmonton had a better puck-moving D. And, the Maple Leafs took Florida to 7 games, and the Panthers pulled themselves off the mat in game number 3 of that series when Toronto was up 2-0 and up 3-1 in game 3, and Florida came back and Marchand won the game in overtime. But I thought Toronto's D lacked the puck-moving capability to deal with that hard-press forecheck that Florida was running. Florida hard rims the puck, usually down the left side wall, comes around to the right side, and then they send the first forechecker in there to destroy the defenseman that's got the puck. The second forechecker goes in to get it, and then Florida possesses it. And the only way you can beat that, you're exactly right, is you got to be able to make quick little interior plays, little 5-foot passes to beat that forecheck. And to be frank with you, I'm kind of disappointed how Edmonton's handled that. I think it really sort of reared its ugly head in the course of game number 3. But the reality is, in game number 2, Florida had stretches where they dominated as well. Second periods of both game 1 and game 2 at Edmonton, those were Florida's periods. The Oilers, the rest of the way, were probably the better team. But the goalie was the equalizer in game 2 as well. But Roski, like the first goaltender in NHL Stanley Cup final history to make over 40 saves in the first 2 games of the series. So we know Edmonton's got more juice; it can create more, but they're going to have to be way more disciplined and play with more structure and process, and make quicker their decision making under the duress of the Florida forecheck.
Bob, we got about a minute. Does tonight feel like the series? Because Edmonton was able to win 3 in a row against the Panthers last year. So, but I think for Edmonton tonight, it's a must win. Do you?
Yeah, I would say to you, it's going to be virtually impossible to win 3 straight games against Florida. So I think it's pretty critical. I am surprised that the Oilers players, yesterday technically was an off day, and 16 of them elected to skate at this time of year, and they just had a full practice the day before. That's a sign to me they're not happy with their game. They're going to have to dig in tonight. If it's 2-2 and it's the best 2 out of 3 with 2 of the games back in Edmonton, I do think it's a little bit different animal. I'll just throw one more thing your way. I don't want to make a generalization, but Edmonton's got way better ice than the ice here in Florida, right? Like, it's
of course,
obviously the heat, the humidity plays a factor. The puck was bouncing all over the place in game number 3. The Oilers have to simplify their game because, it's a different animal playing at Rogers Place in Edmonton. It's the second best ice in the NHL according to the players. And as a result, the game gets played at a different tempo and pace. Oilers just got to simplify, not play under control, not be too emotional, and be prepared to play a smart, intelligent, low-scoring game. That's how they're going to win today. And you're 100% right. They got to get it done tonight, because otherwise they're going to be in a world of hurt down 3-1.
Yeah, not a coincidence that Edmonton's lone goal in game 3 was A, on the power play, and B, coming out of the locker room to start the second period on a clean sheet. Bob, thanks so much for doing this. We appreciate it. Have a great call tonight. Safe travels back to Edmonton, and hopefully we can do this again soon.
Call anytime. Thanks for your time, guys.
Bob Stauffer, Oilers radio analyst, host of Oilers Now on 880 CHED in Edmonton. Follow him on X at Bob_Stauffer.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Faro and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Faro and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Faro and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sometimes you bounce it off the red ball or the black wall.
That's funny. 100,000, baby. That reminds me of her middle school days. Remember she did that
All the time.
A or B, A or B.
Right.
Like, neither one.
And they were always the two extremes,
Yes.
Janet. Okay?
Well, she did that with you sometimes.
Always.
She was always.
Would you want to dive off a cliff with no parachute or eat 2 pounds of shit? Yeah. They were always so extreme.
Do you, I'm good in here. Do you want bar, banana, and pastry, or do you want to go with
Oh. Oh, Tech, are you talking about the hockey move? When you get the puck to stick?
Yeah, Tech. That's if David didn't say it was a Michigan college player who performed
Right.
first in a game.
Right. That's why it's called the Michigan. I think he did that in a big game too. Wasn't it like an NCAA game against Minnesota? It was like a big spot.
I cannot help you there, David.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and the 904, final hour of the show. Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Thanks so much for being with us. We really appreciate it. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Trying to have some fun with the poll question today, which was actually submitted by my daughter, her first contribution to the show in a generation. Thank you, honey. Would you rather take $100,000 or have your non-sports loving partner have 3 attempts to make a 6-foot putt for $1 million? 80% of you are like, yeah, I take the cash. Take the cash. Miller and Moulton, no, are non-loving sports partners, although Mark's partner is actually pretty sports loving. Mine is definitely non-sports loving, and Miller and Moulton could not take the cash fast enough.
Fast enough. And my wife, who does not play golf, thinks she could make the putt. I sent a text to a buddy of mine locally, and I thought he was listening because he drives around and works, and he listens to the show. And he said, I was listening. Think 100K. He goes, my wife can't stay focused for 2 minutes. But he has guys that work for him. They all said they'd take the money. And then he came back with this one. And this is to your point, David. He's a good player, really good. He's a 3 handicap. He's one of the best golfers I know. He goes, I don't know if I could make a 6-footer for $1 million.
Now you get 3 cracks at it.
I know.
Right. But like we pointed out, like Mark, you're at 11 right now, right?
Yes.
That's your handicap. I mean, if you miss the first one, even if it's flat, very little break, inside right edge putt for a righty, inside left edge for a lefty. You know what we're talking about. Nothing crazy here. This ain't above the hole, 14.5 on the meter at Oakmont. This is flat. Hell, we could do it on your living room carpet if you want.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. 21,000 is the text line. If you are not an X user and want to chime in on the poll question, if you've not texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. That ensures that we get your text and we will respond accordingly. U.S. Open underway. A lot of people liking Ludwig Åberg this week. He's off to a great start. He's your early leader. 2 birdies through 2. He's 2 under par. Couple of guys at 1 under. Most of the early players at even par. We'll keep you updated throughout the rest of the show on what's going on at Oakmont, where the rough is 5 inches long and the greens are running at 14.
By the way, Åberg went off the back, so he birdied 2 par 4s. He's on a par 5 right now. Maybe he throws a third one up there.
Yes, and sooner or later, he's going to miss a green or miss a fairway.
I know. I'm just, hey, I'm just trying to see, let's just see some, red numbers, right? It's red, right? We go low, it's red.
That's right.
Over par is black. So I just want to see some red numbers. Let's go early. Build up some confidence. It's like you want to see that first free throw go in. You want to see that first, 5-footer go in. That's all. Just come on. Let's, think this is possible, because I voted yesterday over par. What will the winning score be at the U.S. Open? I voted over par.
I did as well.
We had Bob Harrigan yesterday from SI. He thinks it's going to be slightly under par. He thinks it could go as low as 4 or 5 under. When DJ won it 9 years ago at 4 under, he thinks it's possible. He thinks the rain on Saturday may help. and that they've had a lot of rain leading up to it. So he's optimistic for what it's worth.
You know, we were talking a little bit about Live and the PGA Tour, how it reflects to the U.S. Open this week. I got a text from a buddy of mine who is a golf pro at a very good club, the place that just had the BMW Pro-Am.
Okay.
And he sent me a text yesterday. He had a junior golf school with a bunch of 10 to 12-year-olds. And every one of the kids is rooting for Bryson DeChambeau this week. Every one of them. And he asked him, you know, why? And they all talked about that they watch his YouTube channel and the impact that DeChambeau is having on the youth of the golf world. And he just pointed out, he goes, the kids aren't watching the PGA Tour. They're not. They're watching the Good Guys, Foreplay, Barstool, all of these golf influencers. The kids that play golf, that's where their eyes are. That's why DeChambeau's been able to make this unbelievable turn from a popularity standpoint.
The only question I would have loved to have been able to ask him while the kids were still there, were the kids watching TGL at all? Did that interest them at all? You know, the whole indoor video golf. I would have been curious because for what it's worth, they average what, like 600 something viewers, you know, per TGL event, which, hell, it's better than a regular season NHL game on cable. All right. But they noticed their demo for TGL was 10 plus years younger than a normal PGA Tour weekend viewership. So I would be curious whether or not that, you know, they had any curiosity about that.
I'll send a follow-up. And we'll find out. But it just amazed me. And not, I guess it didn't surprise me, but to a man that they were all DeChambeau fans, that was a little bit of a surprise. And I think DeChambeau's doing as much for the popularity of golf than the PGA Tour is doing combined. Because the PGA Tour, like most sports, are late to the social media aspect. You know, big news yesterday is that MLB bought a stake in John Boy Media. Basically, and John Boy Media does a lot of great stuff on social media, a lot of great videos, a lot of great clips. And Major League Baseball basically said, if you can't beat them, join them.
Aren't they the ones that do the lip reading?
I believe so.
They translate the arguments and what have you. I love those. You know, 3 minutes of screaming and yelling for umpire to player or umpire to manager, and they take the time to translate it. And sure enough, you're watching, you're going, I'll be darned. They're all over this. That's what they're saying. Well, it's what Adam Silver, you know, we've talked about this on this show. So many of you don't watch the NBA. And based on early returns, you're not watching these finals so far, which is a bummer because the underdog's up 2-1. And, you know, every game has actually had its own entertainment value. You know, the best players are playing well. We had an unknown guy come off the bench for Indiana last night, Benedict Mathurin, and score 27 points to help lead the Pacers to a win. Cool. But Adam Silver keeps talking about when he does all these standard media interviews, you know, you guys keep talking about television ratings. We're interested in streaming numbers. We're interested in impressions. All right. And he starts rattling off those numbers. Now, most of, you know, especially Miller and Moulton, we're trying to monetize millerandmoulton.com. We have had conversations for years. How do you make money off of first Twitter and now X, you know, et cetera? Well, apparently the NBA's figured out how to make money off social media and what they feel it's doing for them.
And that's the big thing. They feel that social media in the younger demos that are not watching whole games, not interested in linear television the way that our generation and the generation before us were, they're into the impressions and they're into trying to build their audience through social media. Don't know how well they're monetizing it, but they're translating it partially to that TV deal they were able to pull off. They're able to nearly combine the two, David.
Well, Adam Silver looked at Dan Patrick yesterday and said, Dan, our impressions are in the billions. The billions. Don't tell me we're struggling as a league. Never mind the fact we just signed a $76 billion TV deal, which is a shade under $7 billion a year for 11 years. Okay? Don't tell me how much we're struggling. Now let's talk social media, where our impressions are in the billions. I mean, Adam Silver has said, by the way, we're bigger in social media than the NFL.
And that's the worldwide reach of the sport. The NFL's not there yet. Why do you think the NFL is so big on international games? Do anybody think that it's because the NBA did it first? And the NBA has made the NBA is really, the NHL to a much lesser extent. But the NBA is the only league of the four big sports in our country that's a global brand. The NFL is not a global brand. Major League Baseball is not a global brand. It does great in Japan. A lot of it's Ohtani related, and baseball's huge in Japan and in Taiwan and places like that. But the NBA is global. It's the only one. And that's what the NFL wants. That's why they're going to the international games. That's why Pat Kerwin's talking about Paul Alexander going to Africa to run football camps.
Right. To find offensive linemen on a different continent than the game is played at. Okay. All right. Miller and Moulton. Our poll question, so do you take the $100,000 or do you have your non-sports loving partner take 3 cracks at a 6-footer? If they make it once, you make $1 million.
78% of you right now taking the money.
All right. All right.
Love the question. It's the biggest contribution that your daughter's made to the show since very early on in Act 1. And actually, before Miller and Moulton were doing a show together. It's the only time David's daughters contributed because David and I were going to attend a hockey game after David did an afternoon show. David had his daughter in the studio that day.
I did.
And she was bored out of her mind sitting with Dad while he did the show.
Right.
And I simply said to David, do you want me to grab your daughter, take her to my house? I'll feed her dinner with my son, and then we'll come back and grab you, and we'll all go to the game.
I said, absolutely.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
David's wife wanted to kill David for allowing me to babysit.
Right.
And cook her dinner.
Right. Like you weren't qualified to do either.
So that's the most contribution that your daughters had to the show, because we joined forces not too long thereafter. It would be this summer that we would join forces after that.
Well, because, you were unfit to do both, and I'm like, well, I know I'm unfit to do both, so I think we'd make a good show. Unfit Fathers, afternoons, here on the mighty 790 KFGO.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The only other contribution my daughter ever made to this show, she's in middle school and she got suspended for a day.
Yes.
And they sent home the sheet as to why she was suspended. And apparently there were like 6 things that could get you suspended from school. One of them was murder. And next to it was other with a line, and they wrote chewing gum. So I go on the show the next day and say to Mark, hey, we get a short segment. Can I have it? Mark's like, yeah, sure. I start reading off this sheet. And I go, so to review, armed robbery, murder, chewing gum, 3 of the 6 reasons that you can be suspended from the middle school. I named the middle school. I said vice principal. Okay, didn't name him, but said vice principal. I go to pick our daughter up. No, I dropped her off every morning. I drop her off after her 1-day suspension, and they are waiting for me. And I said to him, I go, hey, I got 4 hours every day. I go, how nasty do you want this to be? I go, I'm not going anywhere. And how nasty you want this to be? I remember I walked right up to the vice principal in front of my daughter. Okay. And he says, don't go anywhere. And I looked right at him and I said, don't talk to my daughter. go wherever you want, and looked right at him. And I go, if someone's going to lose their job in this and it's between you and me, I'll bet my life it's you. My life.
He didn't have a radio show, but when I was a senior in high school, I went to a Catholic school, and I was done with. I got accepted at Michigan State in like September. I had no use for my senior year in high school. I had a job, I had money, I had
Totally.
really good grades, I was reasonably popular. I did whatever the hell I wanted. So I never tucked my shirt in, and I kept getting detentions for not having my shirt tucked in, Catholic school and all that. And I didn't serve any. I literally would get the detention, I'd throw it in the trash. I had to serve a Saturday in order to graduate, and they brought my parents in. My dad undressed the vice principal in ways you could not imagine. And the vice principal was from Central America, had broken English. And my dad, went at him. The guy was scared out of his mind, never came at me ever again.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. It was a nice ride for Ludwig while it lasted. I think he made bogey on the par 5, Mark. Okay.
He did.
This is Oakmont after all. Par 5s are not necessarily birdie holes.
My favorite scorer so far in the tournament is a gentleman by the name of Maxwell Moldavan. He's an American. He's even par through 3 holes. He's yet to make a par or a birdie. He holed his second shot for eagle on the first and is bogeyed 2 and 3.
There you go.
Rory an early birdie. Adam Scott an early birdie. Eric Cole an early birdie. JJ Spawn a couple of early birdies, and JJ Spawn is at the top of the leaderboard at the moment at 2 under par through 4 holes of play. Our poll question today is a fun one. Would you rather take $100,000 or have your non-sports loving partner attempt 3 chances to sink a 6-footer for $1 million? Right now, it's about an 80-20 vote. You're taking the money. But then there's people like this. And I wonder how this gentleman's marriage really is. Because it seems to me that it's either awful or they live in an element of snark that only you and I could appreciate, David.
Okay.
Because he says, having the wife try. This way, if she misses, no matter what I do wrong, I can always come back with, but you missed the $1 million putt.
I forget who it was who was asked about marriage and said, the first year's all lust. Years 2 through 10 are a lot of love. And every year after year 10 is nothing but spite.
Wow.
That's what that answer sounds like there.
Well, on that note, I'll wish you on air a belated happy anniversary.
Hey, thanks a lot.
What year is it?
29.
It's 19 years of spite, folks. 19 years of spite. Miller and Moulton, text lines 21,000 21000. If you've not texted the show before, the keyword Miller to 21,000, then text as much or as little as you would like.
Now, I would like to ask you this. I thought Bob Stauffer, who radio analyst for the Edmonton Oilers, he joined us last hour. I thought he made an interesting point, and I'm curious as somebody who worked for teams in hockey, and it doesn't matter if you're working in AA, AAA, or at the NHL level, pregame skates, naps, optional workouts are handled pretty much the same no matter the level of professional hockey. So there's 3 games in between games 3 and 4. So Edmonton gets beat on Monday night. They had a full-scale practice on Tuesday. They had a mandatory practice for the scratches. So that's like 4 or 5 guys. And an optional skate for everyone else. And most everyone else showed up. And Bob Stauffer took that to mean that they know they got to get their together, and they just can't, get off their feet, hang back at the hotel, and that's not going to help them beat the Florida Panthers more than actually going to the rink and working at it for 60 to 90 minutes. And I'm curious, as somebody who was with teams in the playoffs, an optional skate pretty deep into the playoffs, guys are tired. Okay. What I think happened, Mark, was once 97 and 29 decided that they were going to the optional skate, the rest of them don't have a lot of choice.
I think that's absolutely right. The one thing I would say, and I probably should have followed up with this, but it sounded to me like Bob indicated that it was more of a full-on practice. I was lucky enough early in my career in play-by-play hockey to work with a team that won a championship. In the IHL, I worked for the Atlanta Knights. At the time, they were Tampa's #1 affiliate. When you get that far in the playoffs, most skates are optional. Most of them. And no one ever stays at the hotel, David. Everybody goes to the rink. At least that's my experience. An optional skate doesn't mean that you can sleep in. An optional skate means you don't have to skate. But you show up at the rink, you have a cup of coffee, you might stretch, you might put your undergarments on, if you will, and stretch out, but never skate. A lot of guys would just go out and shoot a few pucks and not really do anything. But it sounded to me, the way Bob described it, is that they had a full-on practice.
Well, only 16 of the other guys showed up. Now, that's most every one of them, but there were a few people who apparently didn't participate. But
and that's your Nugent Hopkins, who's been hurt,
right?
And guys like that. They might be getting treatment, but it sounded more like a full practice than the way I remember some optionals, which is guys out there not even wearing helmets and just, firing, maybe taking time, practice one-timers or practice tip drills or things like that. So it sounded a little more intense, but at the end of the day, at this time of year, you're not having a whole lot of hard skates.
I find it amazing. Edmonton won game 1, scoring 4 goals. Now, they needed a power play late in the first overtime to get the 4th goal, but they got it. Then they scored 3 goals, I think 2 of them on the power play, in the first period of game 2. They then played period 2, period 3, period 4, and almost half of period 5. The only time they scored was when they pulled their goalie and had more men on the ice than Florida. So they played 3.5 more periods of hockey. They scored 1 goal, and technically it's even strength, but it wasn't. Then they play 3 periods at Sunrise. They score only once, and they're 1 goals on the power play. Mark, Edmonton has not scored a true 5-on-5 goal in 6.5 periods. I mean, does this just go back to simply what Gretzky said after the first period of game 2? Panthers have to stay out of the box. And what we then added to that was, and if they do, they ain't going to lose.
It certainly seems to be the case. And you've noticed that particularly in game 3, up until the line brawl, when, oh God, was it whoever broke the stick over Bennett's arm, that they finally had enough. Up until that point, they literally turned and laughed at Edmonton. They skated away. Everybody that thinks Florida is this big, dirty, physical team, they can be, but they've shown that they're the more disciplined team in this series. They know that if they're the more disciplined team, that they'll win this series.
Gretzky pointed it out that, hey, Edmonton's trying to goad you guys into post-whistle scrums where one of you and one of them both go off. That's big advantage them 4-on-4. You got to stay 5-on-5. You stay 5-on-5, you're the better team. Now, as it turned out, Edmonton committed a whole bunch of silly penalties. They had too many men on the ice. The same guy had 2 early high sticks. I mean, they committed just about 11 power plays, I think it was, for the Panthers in game 3. I think Edmonton's going to get a whistle or 2 early tonight.
Well, Edmonton's big beef was that in game 2 in the overtime, Florida was guilty of a too many men, and they didn't call it. And Edmonton's too many men was obvious. They had 7 damn players on the ice plus the goalie.
Right.
But that one was their beef more than anything. That it was an overtime, obvious too many men call, and it wasn't made. Will Edmonton get a call tonight? We'll see. They have lobbied hard for one. All the post-game media in the last 2 days, they've been working the officials the way NBA coaches work the officials through the media. It's not something you typically see in hockey, but they've done it. Will they be effective in doing so? We'll see.
Miller and Moulton. Game 4 tonight, 8 o'clock TNT. No one's watching.
Been great hockey. No one's watching the basketball either compared to other years, and it's been great basketball. Benedict, right? You knew he'd be the star for Indiana. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
It's summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Rory on the 12th tee hit his tee shot 392 yards.
By the way, that first, you were right, David. It was a regional semifinal when Michigan scored the goal against Minnesota.
Yeah, it was a biggie. I think it was to go to, well, no, it was a first round game.
First round.
But still.
Rory just hit a drive 392 yards.
In the fairway?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. New driver seems okay.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Looking back at game 3 of the NBA Finals. Indiana bench outscoring Oklahoma City 49-18. Pacers shooting 52%, forcing 19 turnovers. But Benedict Mathurin was the star. I have no idea where he played. You, Mark? College ball? You ever heard of him?
No.
27 points off the bench. Throw in a near triple-double from Halliburton. Pacers outscored the Thunder 32-18 in the fourth. Game 3 to Indiana. Joint was rocking, too.
David, a little history on Benedict Mathurin. He's from Canada.
Oh.
And he played college basketball at Arizona.
Okay.
He was Pac-12 Player of the Year after his sophomore season.
Oh. Probably should have heard of him before.
Probably have.
But, that conference doesn't exist right now. So, it's therefore, did it really happen? But 116-107 Pacers, they're up 2-1. And now all the pressure on the road team for game 4, just like tonight. Panthers up 2-1. All the pressure on the road team, Edmonton, for game 4. Let's see what you got. I think it's a little unfair. And Bob Stauffer made that point an hour ago, which he said, hey, hockey's more of a team game. You got the goaltending factor, puck luck, all that. But Mark, those of us in the sport all know there are times in which the greatest of all time have seemingly single-handedly delivered a must-win. Gretzky in Game 7 of the conference finals in 93 for the LA Kings. Toronto was the better team. The game was in Toronto. Gretzky scored a hat trick. LA 3-2 over Toronto.
Messier in Game 6 over Jersey when he guaranteed the win.
And down 2-1.
And had 2-1 in that game, I think.
I had 3, all in the third. Had 3-1. Assisted on the first goal and scored all 3 in the third in their 4-2 win to stay alive, and the only time they've won the Cup in 85 years. And Mario Lemieux for the Penguins in the early 90s when Pittsburgh trailed a couple times in the playoffs, and Mario just said, yeah, tonight we're going to win. I'll take it from here. Thank you. And I'm just wondering, fair or not, is it on number 97 tonight to get a couple and deliver a win?
It's not fair, but it's accurate. It's really not fair. When Nugent Hopkins is playing at 50% at best if he plays, Hyman's out. As Bob mentioned, those are his 2 line mates. Corey Perry's done a hell of a job going up to the first line. But Connor McDavid is going to need to do something special tonight.
Yep.
And it's going to be difficult because the best defensive forward in the league is going to be shadowing him all night long.
I mean, what are they holding against Austin Matthews in Toronto? Hey, man, how come in the biggest games you don't do squat? Now, they were facing elimination against Florida, and they ended up winning 2-0, and he got the first goal, and it was in the third period, too. So he scored a big goal, but it's like the first really big goal he scored in a really big spot. And he's been in the league, what, 7 years, 9 years? I mean, fair or not, they say this on the air. This isn't in a podcast. This isn't in a chat room. They have said it on TNT multiple times. In the hockey world, they call Connor McDavid McJesus. Well, then, dude, you got to put a couple in the back of the net tonight, man. Maybe you shoot the puck 15 times tonight. I mean, why not?
I could go for the easy joke and say, if he doesn't, will he be crucified in Edmonton?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I went there.
You did. Yes. Oof. Whew. and I got a lot of snark in me, and even I'm looking around for the lightning bolt. Hello. See, this is what happens.
He's got a sense of humor, David.
You're too close to vacation. That's the problem. We're going to get hit by a lightning bolt because you're too close to vacation.
Couple other things that are worth mentioning. We've talked a lot of hockey today. David, you root for a certain basketball team.
Oh, wow. You want to go there, huh?
Charles Barkley yesterday on NBA TV said, I think the exact quote is, how dumb are the New York Knicks? Or they must be the dumbest team I've ever seen, because they didn't have a plan. They fired Thibodeau and had zero plan for who their next coach was going to be. They have now been turned down by 5 teams who are all happy with their coach. And the Knicks just thought, hey, we'll call up and you're going to let us interview your coach.
Right. See, that's the part of it. Okay, firing Thibodeau, I think it's a mistake. But if your plan was to hire an existing coach, you really thought these teams would be like, oh, yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, they just called Chicago for Billy Donovan. Okay, the Bulls are like, no, we like Billy Donovan. No, we're not going to let you talk to Billy Donovan, who played for the Knicks briefly under Rick Pitino and is from New York City. And the Bulls are like, no. By the way, they called Atlanta for Quinn Snyder.
They talked to Jay Wright. He told them no right off the bat.
Danny Hurley has reportedly said the same thing, although I keep going back to all he said was, we're not going to do this again. See, to me, that means a long, drawn-out process.
Yeah, if you offer him the job, flat out. I mean, this is not an interview with Hurley. If you wanted him to be the coach, and now if I'm Hurley, I don't know. I'm the 7th choice? No, I'm serious. They've gone 0 for 5 with NBA teams. Jay Wright's turned them down. So I'm really your 7th choice. Unless they called him before all these NBA teams. And even then, the call had to be, do you want to be the head coach? We're not interviewing anyone else. We want you. Not, we're going to come talk to you. And I don't blame Hurley a damn bit.
Okay, not to sound like a rom-com movie, but you know how sometimes the guy makes a decision to break up with the girl, and then later on in the movie, the guy circles back and says, hey, I made a mistake. All right. But usually the storyline is by then the girl has put the breakup behind her, met someone new, blah, blah, blah. Tom Thibodeau is not going to put this breakup behind him. He's not going to meet someone new. He's a 67-year-old basketball lifer, and this is his dream job. He said it when he got hired. He said it yesterday in the newspapers when he was talking about being fired. Mark, George Steinbrenner one time fired Billy Martin. A week later, circled back, rehired him, not immediately, but effective beginning at the start of next season. He fired Buck Showalter, had a signed contract with Joe Torre to replace him as manager, called Buck Showalter and said, hey, I can pay off that contract. Do you want your job back? And that was like 3 weeks after he fired him. And Buck told him to pound sand.
Yeah, I think if James Dolan called Thibodeau right now, I think Tibbs would tell him to pound sand.
Are you sure?
Not 100%, but I'm pretty close. Because, David, I think some of the things you've said may be right. If indeed players went to management and were upset with Tibbs, I think Tibbs is done. I think Tibbs is like, you guys sided with the wrong group. I had this team running the right way. We were really close, and you fired me. I'm done with you.
Most likely you're right. But I think Tibbs would take the gig back.
Really?
I do. I think Tibbs would realize there's some things I have to change. He'd sit down with the players and go, okay. I think Tom Thibodeau knows. All right, I'll ask you very simply. Do you think Tom Thibodeau's ever going to get another head coaching job in the NBA? He turned 68 in January.
Highly unlikely, David. If I were to bet, I'd say no.
It's his dream job. They're a good team. They're in the ballpark, close. All right. It's not a huge stretch to have them play for and win a championship. It's not.
No, it's not.
Especially, and they're in the East. And you'd much rather be in the East the next few years than the West.
100%. Got to think he's got some pride. I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't.
Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. He literally last year signed like a 5-year extension. Okay. He getting paid. I mean, he's getting like $4 or $5 million a year fired into his 70s. I mean, don't feel badly for Tibbs in that sense. Tibbs is fine. Now he's got no wife. He's got no kids. He's got no life. He's even joked about it. But Tibbs has got a bank account. He'll have some Bitcoin. Okay. I can picture him in Hawaiian shirts. I can't picture him in the shorts, though, that go with the Hawaiian shirts.
I can't picture Tibbs on a beach relaxing, if you know what I mean. I can't picture him. I mean, can't you see him in a foursome playing golf, yelling at everybody else for not playing good defense? I mean, I just can't see Tibbs as a guy that has a lot of fun.
I can see him at the country club, but only sitting in the bar. I can see him at the vacation resort, but only sitting in the bar. You're right. I can't envision him actually outside catching rays.
No, if he's at the country club, he's in the men's card room playing gin.
Correct.
All day long, grinding it out, trying to take the opponent down in the third set. I mean, it's, I just don't see it. But the New York Knicks continue and have been able to do this for the better part of 2 decades. When you just don't think they can be dumb enough, they can trump themselves.
Well, and if you're from that part of the country, the Knicks actually have done this going back to the late 60s. Okay. The Knicks ownership has managed to screw up the Knicks quite often over the years.
They really have.
Yep.
For a franchise that the city wants to be great.
Oh, my goodness.
The league wants to be great. They have screwed this up so many times.
Yep.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing to me.
So what's our plan B, guys? Oh, we'll call Houston. We'll call Atlanta. We'll call Dallas. We'll call Chicago. Who's the other place they called? They've called 5 current.
T-Wolves too, right?
Called T-Wolves about Finch. I think they even called L.A. about Ty Lue. Okay, they've called at least 5 current NBA head coaches teams and said, hey, can we talk to your head coach? And they all went, no. Because here's the other thing. Knicks don't have a first-round pick. this would be a trade. The Knicks are going to have to give something up to get one of these coaches. They don't have any draft picks.
And nobody's going to take 2 seconds for a coach anymore. They're just not. Not when the Knicks are over a barrel like this, David.
So, are you willing to give up Josh Hart? Is that enough to get a coach? I don't know. But now, this will be interesting who gets interviewed now. I'm telling you, we're about an hour, 20 minutes into that rom-com. That guy's looking at her going, I don't know. She looks real good to me. She didn't look this good 15 minutes into this movie, but I'm telling you, if you're the Knicks right now, how ugly is Tibbs right now? You sure?
Is he sneaky hot? No one's ever said that about Tom Thibodeau in his life, by the way.
No, they have not.
Including his mother. Our poll question today, we've had a little fun. This poll question, courtesy of David's daughter. Would you rather take $100,000 or have your non-sports loving partner attempt 3 chances to sink a 6-foot putt for $1 million? You guys are taking the money. 78+% say take the $100,000. A little less than 22% are putting for $1 million. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. The bonus hour is next. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, I don't know how big of a story it is, but Ross Dellinger is talking about the 13th congressional hearing on college sports unfolds today. An SEC associate commissioner is a witness. They're talking about, making this a bill instead of just a right.
Could still get challenged all the way to the Supreme Court. And I don't like their chances. But
I don't either.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
it is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. U.S. Open got underway at 6:45 Eastern. What do we got? 2 under right now, lowest score on the course.
JJ Spawn and Rory McIlroy are each at 2 under par.
How far was that drive he hit?
On the par 5 12th, his third hole of the day, he hit his driver for the first time in the tournament.
Huh.
He hit it 392 yards.
Wow, that's not bad.
Hit it on the green, 2 putted for birdie. He's now tied with the lead. Bunch of names at 1 under. Tom Kim, Ludwig Oberg, Adam Scott, Xander Schauffele, Wyndham Clark, Gary Woodland, all at 1 under. So great to see Gary Woodland. Would love to see him have a great tournament. What an amazing story.
2019 U.S. Open champion at Pebble Beach, has gone through a lot since, including brain surgery. And yes, it would be an awesome story for Gary Woodland to be in it on Sunday. Never mind if he could win his second.
One of the last full swings of season 3, and I just absorbed it in the past week, was focused on Woodland and all that he had gone through, with his family. And, it was unbelievable. Didn't realize exactly that he had pressure on his brain on the area that basically causes depression. And he couldn't enjoy anything and had to have brain surgery for quality of life. But he talked about before the surgery that he wrote a letter to his wife and to each one of his children. And wow, to not get choked up listening to him talk about having to write those letters was something.
And he was already a well thought of popular guy on tour before he went through what he went through, because it was a very popular win in the locker room when Woodland won the U.S. Open in 2019. Denied Koepka of winning 3 in a row. And Koepka played really well, finished second. But it was a very popular win in the room, as they like to say. We've had a few people chime in about our poll question. I know you're answering the text at 21,000. We've had a lot of folks in our Twitch chat room. A poll question, by the way, we tried to have some fun, was submitted to me by my daughter. Apparently her and her husband and their friends were kicking this dilemma around over the weekend.
By the way, what did your son-in-law want to do, and did your daughter agree with him?
So here's the funny thing. Son-in-law plays golf. He's not a good golfer, okay? In fact, son-in-law, I think, is a mid-90s golfer.
Okay.
But he loves the sport, all right? So son-in-law plays golf. My daughter doesn't play at all. Bought her a 6-iron when she was in, middle school. Her extent of golf is miniature golf, top golf. Doesn't play, has no interest in playing, doesn't like to watch even. Makes fun of it. It's boring. Okay. So the son-in-law, the golfer, does not have confidence in himself and said to my daughter, you need to take the cash. I wouldn't make it. And she's like, what do you mean? You're a golfer. He's like, I would not make one of those 3 6-footers. Take the cash. Meanwhile, he's like, and I know you wouldn't make it, so I'm taking the cash. And my daughter's like, the hell you are. Give me that putter. I'll make one of them.
Of course she would.
Just, hey, listen.
This is the time that I really need some sponsors. I do. 21,000, because I would find a club, not a putt-putt course, whether it's my club, whether it's several. We got a lot of golf pros and a lot of superintendents that listen to this show.
We do.
Trust me, I could find a putting green, and I would sit there and bring husbands and wives. And maybe, we don't have the $1 million or the $100,000, but I'd simply try to find a restaurant to give a $25 gift certificate to all these women who don't golf. I mean, I need some truth out of you, because I'm thinking about the guys I play with on Friday. This Friday that I'm playing with. One of them, his wife, I know for a fact doesn't play. One of them, his wife could beat me any given day that she plays. She's a good player. The other one, I know his wife has played occasionally in some scrambles. I know for a fact that the one's wife who plays, she would say, hell yeah, I'll make the 6-footer. I know everybody else would say, give me the damn cash. I would love to have fun with this somewhere. I'd have a blast.
So Sean Bowe on X, all right, saw the question and felt the need not just to vote, but to reply. And he said, my wife is hitting this putt all day. And so I, of course, said, she a player? And he went, doesn't play at all, but she's great at putt-putt. So we're going for it. Okay.
All right. Good for you. Good for your faith. I would take the money. My wife, much like David's daughter, said, give me the putter.
Right?
She wants the putt.
I would not put a putter in my wife's hand. Absolutely not. My wife even said, you wouldn't make me putt that, would you? I went, oh, hell no. She goes, yeah, I wouldn't make it.
David, we can't put a frying pan in her hand. We're going to put a putter in her hand?
Well, I mean, there's not $1 million to be won with a frying pan. I mean, if so,
better chance of her making a 6-footer or her cooking a fantastic dinner for you.
Well, she does do the bird on Thanksgiving. She's all in on Thanksgiving. I think that would qualify. I think she'd win that bet. And that's where my vote would go. There's not many things that I would choose a putter in her hand for a 6-footer for. My daughter then has been texting with me all morning wondering, so how much do we have to shorten the putt? Because I keep telling her that the votes, 78 to 82% people are taking the 100,000. They're not risking it for the 6-footer. And my daughter keeps asking, so what if we made it 5 feet?
I think it would have to go to 3. I really think a 4-footer. I would tell my wife, let's take the $100,000.
Well,
from 3 feet. Well, be close.
You can't do 3 shots at the 3-footer, though. I mean, if we're going to cut this sucker in half, it's winner take all. You get
right.
one.
It's the price is right for the car. We're going one putt, winner take all.
Totally. And you or I, much like, the late Bob Barker, we could do the practice putt. I always loved the fact that sometimes he would hold the mic and do it one-armed, and sometimes he would hand the mic to...
You usually hand the mic to the contestant, and then they would have the job of holding the stick mic in front of Barker as he knocked the putt down.
Because he took it seriously. He wanted to make the putt.
And he usually did.
Yes. Well, it was a straight putt. 8 to 12 feet. Come on. Listen, Bob Barker would take the risk, the 100
Absolutely.
Yep.
On that note, since you brought up Bob Barker and we brought up Bob Barker, Happy Gilmore 2's coming out.
Yes.
The trailer's out. A bunch of players are in it, a bunch of cameos. Do you think it has any shot at being good? Put it this way. Is it going to be closer to Caddyshack 2?
Ooh.
The worst sequel ever made, or at least one of them? Or is it going to be a sequel that is close, at least in the ballpark, of the original?
Here's what really concerns me. I've seen a lot of these ads. I haven't seen a trailer yet that's made me chuckle. That concerns me. And you're right. They got a lot of people in this movie. Vern's back in the movie.
Vern's back in it. Like I said, I've been watching that.
Nicholas is in it.
That season 3 of Full Swing. They did a whole episode basically on Sandler with all these guys and everybody wearing their gold jackets. I mean, they've got a great ensemble cast. But is the movie going to be funny? Because like you said, I'm waiting to see a trailer where I laugh.
Exactly.
And Happy Gilmore, come on, that's a funny movie.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, it was absurd.
It's sophomoric in humor, but it's funny.
Yeah, it was funny. There were scenes in it that were really funny. Come on,
and obviously, Fighting Bob Barker is an all-time classic movie scene because you would never expect that. So you can't rekindle that. I'm sure they're going to try. But I have a sneaking suspicion that this movie's not going to be funny.
So Vern told me, and I don't know the last time you all saw the original Happy Gilmore, but when Vern's doing his scenes, there is an, quote, analyst, another broadcaster sitting next to him. He never says a word. It's Adam Sandler's best friend in the world. He didn't have the actor's card. He couldn't speak. But Adam just wanted to put him in the movie. So if you ever see the scenes, every time they put Vern on camera, Adam Sandler's real-life best friend sitting next to him never speaks.
So Dan Patrick had Derek Henry on last week. And they're doing the interview, and Henry says something about Dan Patrick's hoodie. And Dan Patrick says it's from Happy Gilmore 2, to which Derek Henry gets all excited.
Right.
And he says, Adam Sandler's my favorite actor. Oh, my God, blah, blah, blah. And Dan Patrick says, well, how about this? You rush for 2,000 yards this year. I'll get you in Sandler's next movie. And Sandler, of course, because he and Dan Patrick are obviously friends, very close, sent a video to Derek Henry wishing him luck for 2,000 yards and saying, yeah, I'll put you in a movie.
I got to admit, that's asking a lot.
Yes.
Just to get, 2,000 total yards?
No, 2,000 rushing yards.
I know. Well, there's only like 9 guys. It's only happened like less than 10 times.
Right.
He didn't even do it last year because they held him out of the final game. That's the other thing. Imagine him going to John Harbaugh. John, I got to play. Derek, we won the division. We've clinched our seeding. I can't risk injury. Dude, I got a spot in the Sandler movie. I need 43 more yards.
So I thought it was great, though, that Dan Patrick took the, creative license to say, sure, no problem. I'll get you in the movie. I can pull that off.
I know people.
Trying to figure out how to get $25 for somebody's wife to make a 6-footer, for crying out loud. Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymade.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No offense, Go Raiders. If your 93-year-old dad hit a 300-yard drive, then they should get him on television. I play with some really good golfers. I play with a guy that's 75. He hits it hard. He wins tournaments in his age group. He's an excellent golfer inside of a 5 handicap. He hits it about 260. So, and Feeney, I will say, I've not seen either of them, but the Uncut Gems movie and I don't recall the Sandler basketball movie were both critically acclaimed. They're non-comedies, however. Hustle, that's it. Thank you, Deadstroke.
Did you see the back page of our favorite paper today?
No, I did not.
It's a picture of David Peterson of the Mets. And he struck somebody out and has an emphatic reaction. And the big block letters are, holy blank. And up above it, it says, Peterson actually allowed to go all 9 innings for 106 pitch shutout of Nats.
Got that right.
My wife, like every other day, keeps telling me about a plane crash somewhere. I finally looked at her this morning when she was telling me about the Indy plane crash, and I go, I'm flying to the football games. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, it's awful. Can't ever leave. Not only that, the people on the ground are going to be victims too.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. JJ Spawn, the leader on the course right now, 3 under through 7. He started off the back at Oakmont. We got 10 guys under par right now. There's 70 plus guys on the course. 10 of them are under par.
Lots of birdies being made by all reports. I mean, there are obviously there are bogeys out there. There are doubles out there, but a lot of guys are making birdies early on.
Rory, 2 under through 5. He also went off the back. Ludwig Oberg is 1 under through 7 going off the back. Brian Harmon, I saw a few people mention him this week because of how straight he is. But of course, he's not a long hitter.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Brian Harmon.
Okay, yeah. Look, it's the one thing, and I didn't want to argue with Bob Herrick. He knows more about golf than I ever will. But when I started talking to him yesterday about the last 9 years and long hitters have won, he kept going back to all these opens that were 20 years ago. I don't know what to tell you, Bob, but that's not the trend now.
Not now, it's not. No.
You know, it may have been 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. But in the last 10 years, unless you're a bomber, you don't win this tournament.
DeChambeau at even through 5. Schauffele even through 5. Adam Scott even through 7, having started off the back. The guy I was riding in some tournaments earlier this year, I've gotten off his train, Tom Kim, even through 7. Our buddy, the dentist, who grew up in Pittsburgh and caddied at Oakmont.
Yeah.
He made the turn in 41, going off the front, 6 over, 2 bogeys, 2 doubles. A 6 over 41.
I'm impressed.
I have 5
I mean, I'm sorry. This is not easy.
He did shoot 68-68 at the Walla Walla qualifier to get in this sucker. That's a little different right now. But, by the way, a few people brought Patrick Cantlay up. He's off to a rough start going off the back. He's 3 over early. Phil 1 over through 4 going off the back. He bogeyed his first hole, and I believe he's made 3 pars. So, by the way, the head of the USGA came out yesterday, was asked point blank. You know, Phil's on Tuesday said, yeah, it's probably my last U.S. Open. Head of the USGA, because next year I think it's at Shinnecock, right?
Is that where they are next year? Yeah.
And Phil finished second there in 04. Now he got into it in 2018. That was when he walked off the 1 hole, hitting a moving putt. But because he didn't like the setup and he blasted the USGA afterwards. But the head of the USGA came out yesterday and said, you know, we gave him an exemption 5 years ago, but then he went out and won the PGA, so he didn't need it. And he said we would seriously consider giving Phil one next year if he's in decent form. Huh. Found that interesting.
David, I don't know how many times that has happened in the NBA Finals, but I have brought up the stat a few times this week. In the NHL, 30 times they've been 1-1. 77% of the time, the winner of Game 3 has gone on to win the series. David, in the NBA, when it's been 1-1, 80% of the teams that won Game 3. In fact, if you round up, actually 81% of teams that have won Game 3 have gone on to win the finals.
So what you're saying is, based on the past, the Indiana Pacers and the Florida Panthers will be the champions of the NBA and the NHL.
Based on history, the Pacers actually have a better chance to win the NBA final by mere percentage points than the Florida Panthers do.
Let me ask you this. Florida holds serve tonight. Indiana holds serve Friday night. And both teams are up 3-1. Both teams do not have home ice the rest of the way. Which team do you think has a better chance to come back down 3-1, Edmonton or Oklahoma City?
Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, because their roster is better than the Indiana Pacers roster. It is. I don't believe that Edmonton's roster is better than the Florida Panthers roster. Hell,
I don't either.
We had Bob Stauffer on the show. He's the color analyst for the Edmonton Oilers. He doesn't think the Edmonton Oilers have a better roster than the Florida Panthers. I mean, literally every question we asked, and he was a terrific guest. If you missed the interview, go back and download the 7 o'clock hour. He was excellent. But every time we started saying, he kind of reminded us, you have to remember that Florida's the deeper team here.
And
he
doesn't
even believe Edmonton can skate with Florida. He thinks Edmonton has to play a very defensive style of game and take advantage of opportunities, that they cannot be a run-and-gun team 5-on-5 against the Florida Panthers. He just doesn't think they have the depth to do it.
Well, Edmonton has given up, 3, 5, and 6? So they're trending in the wrong direction in terms of goals they're giving up. And they're giving up, if you throw in, the extra nearly 3 periods of hockey, I mean, we're looking at a goals against here of over 4 for the Edmonton goalies. I don't know how many games they're going to win in this series giving up 4 or more goals. And that's what Bob's trying to say. He also said, matter of factly, Florida's better than they were last year.
I don't think that's arguable. When you put Brad Marchand on a team and he's on your third line, you add Jones, the defenseman, and they're completely healthy. I mean, they have, Reinhardt's been a little banged up.
Kachuk's probably at 70% with the groin, but yeah, I mean, they're the healthier team because Edmonton's missing Zach Hyman, who's a first-line forward, and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who would also be a first-line forward. And that's Nugent-Hopkins is playing, but he's playing with one arm.
Now, last year, they had Draisaitl basically skating on one leg. He was in worse shape than Kachuk was in this series.
And Kane also only played 2 of the 7 games in the series. I don't think he played any of the final 5.
Right. They need a goal out of Kane, by the way. They need somebody, and I understand all the pressures on McDavid. Somebody in the bottom 6 has to produce for Edmonton, even if it's not earning them a goal, earning them a power play. They've got to get something out of somebody else tonight, a defenseman scoring. And as Bob pointed out, Skinner's been great in game 4s in the playoffs. I think he said is he undefeated in game 4?
Yes. By the way, fascinating stat he also gave us that the Oilers under Chris Knobloch kind of play their way into series. And what did he say they are? That they're like 7-10, something like that. Okay, in games 1 through 3 in the playoffs under Knobloch, but they're 18-2 in games 4 through 7. Okay. Game on.
Tonight, game 4, Panthers and Oilers. We both think it's a must-win for Edmonton.
Must.
I don't see, and neither does their color analysts, see them winning 3 of 4 against the Panthers if they go down 3-1 after tonight.
Well, yeah, they'd have to go 3 for 3. Now, they won 3 in a row last year. And they would have home ice the rest of the way this year. But if Florida's better, and they certainly have the better goalie, it's a tough ask. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. All coming up. Thanks for listening.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and safe.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I put salt and pepper on my salad. Yes, I do. When I'm making it for everybody, and then I put dressing on top of that. I just don't tell my wife. So Kentucky's associate head coach is now the general manager of Louisville's football team.
Yes.
And David, I know you probably don't care, but when you reply to people in the Twitch chat room, you see where it says all. If you click that and just click Twitch, you will just talk to the Twitch people. Because that way people on YouTube are seeing your comments and it doesn't really make any sense because they're not seeing Twitch.
Gotcha. Okay.
For what it's worth, I don't care. Well, apparently you don't miss a spot with Pat McAfee. Apparently Schefter ghosted him on a March clip. He hasn't had him on the show since. And he's put Ian Rappaport on basically in his place. Don't have it yet, but according to a post here, 4 Gators named to Phil Steele's preseason All-American team.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. JJ Spahn now 4 under through 8, going off the back 9, with a 1-shot lead over Gary Woodland, who's 3 under through 5. Going off the front, Rory, Siwoo Kim, part of the group at 2 unders. Oberg, one of 3 golfers at 1 under. Still only 9 golfers under par, one of them an amateur. But some birdies to be had here early in the U.S. Open. Spieth, Rahm, JT, they all have afternoon tee times. I do want to, one thing we haven't talked about, Scheffler, by the way, tees off at 125 also. We missed this. Apparently it happened last night. And you and I are in agreement on this and can't be more negative about this story. Forsyth County in Georgia. It's just northeast of like Alpharetta, right? It's about 25 miles northeast of Atlanta.
I think Alpharetta is in Forsyth County, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Atlanta's counties are really peculiar how they are shaped. But Forsyth County, yes, just north of Atlanta.
So like the Braves Stadium is 25 miles northwest, slightly. It's north and slightly west of Atlanta. Forsyth County is north and leaning east of Atlanta. Mark, Forsyth County politicians, they approved final documentation that would allow this certain business group to formally propose NHL expansion into Metro Atlanta. They have approved $3 billion towards an arena and a shopping mall and everything that goes with these suckers.
I actually saw it. I didn't bring it up. Not that I don't think it's newsworthy. There's no city that doesn't deserve an NHL team quite like Atlanta. I love Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta. I worked for a hockey team in Atlanta. The Atlanta Hawks or the Atlanta Flames actually did well. They really did. The problem was no one in Atlanta would buy them when the owner went bankrupt. And the only people that were willing to pay what he was wanting were a group that was going to move them to Calgary. He wanted to keep them in Atlanta. The Thrashers then came in after the team I worked for, the Atlanta Knights. When I worked for the Atlanta Knights, an IHL AAA team, we outdrew the Hawks damn near every night. We made more money than the Hawks in beer sales and soda sales. And it pissed off the people that ran the Omni because they owned the Atlanta Hawks. I worked in that building every day for a few years. The Thrashers didn't work. Now, I know, for the record, Alpharetta is not. You were right, David. Alpharetta is not in Forsyth County. It is just north of that. Forsyth County is quite a bit north of the city.
Right.
Quite a bit north.
Right. And especially with obviously traffic, like now, late morning rush. It's like Alpharetta to downtown Atlanta is like 19, 20 miles. This arena would be a few miles past Alpharetta. And now it would be a 45-minute drive from, downtown Atlanta. Never mind if you flew in, you wanted to go to a hockey game, and the airport, which is south of downtown. I mean, it'd be a good hour. A good hour.
Every bit of an hour.
Right. Never mind afternoon rush trying to get to these games. But listen, the Braves Stadium thing worked. It's worked big time in the community. And this county, 1 or 2 counties over, there are $3 billion, Mark. And they apparently have an individual owner who's got the money. And they're putting all this on paper. And apparently they're flying to New York and they're putting it in front of Bettman next month.
Houston deserves a team way before Atlanta. You've had 2 cracks at this, Atlanta. The Braves complex is, from what it's in Marietta, right? But it's pretty close to 285, is it not?
I believe it's very close to 75, but yes.
But 285 is the perimeter
Right,
that
the circle.
circles the city.
Yeah.
75 and 85 come together essentially in downtown Atlanta.
Right.
It's a miserable town to drive in.
Oh, awful.
It's a miserable town to drive in.
That in LA, I think, are the
You've got 20 going east
worst.
and west, and you got 75 and 85 going north and south. And then you have the perimeter, and it's a mess. And then you have, 400 that split 75 and 85 and runs north to Alpharetta. This is a long way from where the majority of the people are. Now, I know, look, hockey's a lily white sport from a fan base.
Right.
Most of North Atlanta suburbs are where the people who go to hockey games live.
Right.
I get it. But
That's why
this isn't in an Atlanta suburb. This is in another damn county.
Right. So $3 billion, though, and the politicians approved it. And they're going to put their money and proposal in front of Bettman next month. Just like Adam Silver said yesterday, for the first time, we will seriously discuss expansion next month at the owners' meetings in Vegas. Silver sounding more pessimistic than everybody else about NBA expansion. He flat out said, hey, we need a city that's going to contribute something to the pie, not just further slice it up. Huh.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Imagine that. Or call them 239-427-3441. Mention Miller and Moulton and get 10% off your service. Go online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Man o' War wins the Belmont today in 1920 by 20 links. It was a world record time. Al Capone indicted today in 31. Anne Frank received a birthday present today in 1942. It was a diary. She would use it. Ben Hogan wins the Open today in 48. It was the third of his 9 majors. Bill Haley and the Comets release Rock Around the Clock today in 54. Nelson Mandela sentenced to life in prison in South Africa today in 1964. Sonny and Cher make their first TV appearance on American Bandstand in 65. The horror film Rosemary's Baby was premiered today in 68. The Tigers fired Les Moss today in 1979 and replaced him with Sparky Anderson. Larry Holmes TKOs Leon Spinks in 3 for the WBC heavyweight crown in 81. That same day, Raiders of the Lost Ark premiered. Celtics beat the Lakers in 7 today in 84.
And the headline in the LA Times, Tragic Magic.
Today in 87, Ronald Reagan challenged Mikhail Gorbachev to tear down this wall. It was kind of a big deal.
Yes, it was.
Mariah Carey's debut album was released today in 1990. Jordan gets his today in 91, beating the Lakers in 5 for the first of 3 straight titles for the Bulls. Today in 94, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman are stabbed to death outside of Nicole's home. And Norm Macdonald will tell jokes about it for the next 5 years. Let's see. Marge Schott had to give up day-to-day operations due to all of her comments about Hitler, women, Asians, and everything else that Marge was a racist about today in 96. Batman and Robin, the Clooney version of Batman, was released today in 97. The first X-Men film was released in 2000. The Lakers beat New Jersey for a sweep in their 3rd straight title today in 02. Penguins edged the Red Wings in 7 today in 2009. The Beastie Boys played together for the last time on that same day at Bonnaroo 2011, the Mavs beat the Heat in 6 for their first title. Penguins beat San Jose in 2016 for the Pens' 4th title. Golden State beats Cleveland in 5 in 2017. That's the Durant year. St. Louis beats Boston in 5, their first ever title in 2019. And the Nuggets beat the Heat in 5 to win their title 2 years ago. George H.W. Bush, as I mentioned, Anne Frank and Jim Neighbors would have all celebrated birthdays today. Mark Kelkavecchia is 65. Hideki Matsui is 51, and Dallas Clark is 46. What did I miss, David?
Blues over Bruins in 7, not 5. Is the only thing I correct there. Medgar Evers, civil rights leader, assassinated today in 63. And the Pulse nightclub attack in Orlando was 9 years ago.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
Well, for the good, we go to the Florida Department of Transportation. And you may not think it's good if you live near it, but if you live in Southwest Florida, this is good because they are talking about adding new lanes to I-75 from southern Lee County into Collier County. 18.5 miles will go to 10 lanes, 5 in each direction. Holy crap, is that needed? Why they went from just 2 to 6 boggles the mind. Do it all at once. Get ahead of the game. Don't stay behind the game. Anybody that drives the interstate in this town in morning or afternoon has to be with me on this one. It is a mess. For the bad, we go to Punta Gorda, where, well, a bear decided to enjoy a hot tub. You can see pictures of the bear spending about an hour in the hot tub before removing cushions from an outdoor couch and taking a 6-hour nap in their backyard. The bear left the property and scaled up a tree at a nearby vacant lot, still worrying neighbors. So FWC was able to get the bear. They baited it with donuts. The bear came down for the donuts. They were able to relocate the bear to a state park near Punta Gorda.
I got to admit, I always love the video of the bears in the backyards. And now, don't get me wrong, I'm not going outside.
Right.
Yeah, but I just love them. They look very peaceful. They're having a ball. Don't trash my pool. If you want, help yourself to the cooler and the snacks. Knock yourself out.
I will never forget, before I was married, I'm at my wife's place, or at the time, my girlfriend, and we're on her 2nd story back porch, and there's a bear in her neighborhood. And everybody's watching, and the people are outside watching the bear. And I will never forget, there was a couple who had their 2 kids in the back of a convertible, and they're about 20, 30 yards from the bear. And FWC came and fired off a blank into the air, and it scared the bear, and it took off. But what if that bear went in their direction?
You mean if the bear went all bear?
Well, if the bear decided to go right instead of left,
right?
They're gone. He's goring through them as he runs over them. Finally, the ugly, we go to Osceola County, where Angel Aker got into a verbal altercation and then stabbed the man he was in the altercation with a machete. They were apparently at the Circle K, and the argument started. Then in a bizarre switch, Angel took the man that he just stabbed because of the argument to the hospital. Police arrested him at the hospital for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, June 12th, here on Miller and Moulton.
8 Major League Baseball games, 3 of them this afternoon. And they're all on MLB Network. If you're interested, no great matchups. Marlins and Rays both have the nights off. Obviously, game 4 tonight, TNT, 8 o'clock. Panthers looking to go up 3-1 against Edmonton. You know, I said it'd be 1-1, 2-2, Panthers in 7. I guess I got to pick Edmonton tonight, but I'm not feeling it.
I'm not as well, but Skinner's done a really good job of bouncing back. I have a feeling we're playing a fourth period tonight, David.
Ooh.
I'm going to take Edmonton in overtime.
USA Network until 5 o'clock is where you get the U.S. Open. Then Peacock from 5 until whenever they're done. Miller and Moulton. See you tomorrow.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that quite frankly saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
This is Miller and Moulton.